Hey guys, it's me. I just created a new live, so hope this is working. Hope you guys can hear me. Hey, can you hear me now, guys? Hey, Brad, Angel, how's the audio level now? Can you hear me? Good. Let me shut this other one down. Hey, Jason. Hey, Greg. Sorry about that. It's reading Lily's other comment. I can swap left or right. And said Waldo broke the internet on the other one. Hopefully everyone rejoins this one. Sorry about it, guys. A minute ago. Hey, how's everyone going? No, I'm not sick. I am using a different computer now. And just getting everything kind of set up, trying to get it running correct. I got the other camera I'm using and the other mic. So it's just a learning curve for me to actually get it all synchronized and working correct. And apparently the mic levels is not reading on the other computer, so I can't get it to actually work like it's supposed to. Sound stuff. Yeah, I'm in actually the other thing that makes it bad. I'm in a different room now, so the acoustics in here are horrible. There's nothing on the walls too much, so I'm getting a lot of reverb on it, and it's not sounding the best. Hopefully, the next time we do another live next week, I'll have the room situation fixed and everything else taken care of. So how's everyone doing tonight? Is everyone doing good or? And that is why the video quality is like that. It actually skipped over to the other camera. So it is not inputting the camera that I had. That's why the color looks really bad too, and the sound. We will try to get it fixed for the next one, guys. Sorry about that. Hey, Denise, how's it going? Yeah, Gus, I got the sound fixed now. I just can't get I had the other camera hooked up, and now it's resorted back to the other mic. So, really, I had it synchronized earlier when I did the test. Everything worked fine. And then when I came live, everything got messed up. Can we talk about SATI mesh? What do you want to know about it? On a lot of their mesh, you have a few different mesh types too. Different brands. I'm trying to get some other stuff pulled up here for you. You can get a thinner diameter, so you can have a 110 screen, and so 110 means there's 100 threads per inch on that screen. You can have some And this is elastic out of for air pressure. So I'm trying to explain some of this right here. Sorry about the sound. I can hear it reverbing myself. But you can have some on your thread count. That would be like for the 1 inch, the 110, you'd have 110, and then the diameter would be, let's say, this size. These are just elastic. Then the other thing you could have another mesh, a 110, and the diameter of the thread would be something like this. So the difference, if you have something with this diameter compared to this diameter, they're both 110, but the smaller diameter is going to let more ink through. So that helps on some of it. So like even when you buy 110 thread count, you got to look at which brand it is and what the thread count is in there. Yes, Sadie makes some of the stuff over like in Italy and all that. It's somewhat of a better mesh, but most people when they're buying screens, yeah, Greg, everyone put your mask on. But the other thing too with the screens, a lot of people just buy screens like they'll buy them from like Golden Up or whatever, the thing online, and they're not bad screens, but they're not using they're using a mesh pretty much they have made for themselves overseas, in China. There are other screen companies that like you can specify the mesh, you're going to pay more. The big thing is finding a mesh that you like, and then even a screen company that's rescreening them for you, or that you're buying new ones from. Because what you're going to run into is that when you get screens, and I don't have one sitting near me, but you have a thing called a tension meter to check the newtons. Hey, Harry, how's it going? So what you want to do is check the newtons on the screen. So like a perfect example like this right here, this mesh, super pushy. If I push in this back, it's a lot stiffer. So you're going to, on a new screen, you would like to have it upper 20s to 30s on the Newton meter. And that's just how taut the tension is. When you start using them, that tension is going to get weaker and weaker. So then over time, you're not going to get that rebound or that nice pop back when you're using them screens. So when you have that over time, the screens just aren't going to work well. So that's where you can tell the difference too. Another thing, when screens are made, there's a few ways some of them do them. Some companies will actually, when they make them, like when I've got a remeshing thing, I don't really make them anymore, but when I used to do my own screens, what I would do is you pull the tension on them really taut, you check it with the Newton meters both directions, because you're pulling in both directions also. And so what happens, you can pull one direction more than the other, so it will be off left to right. So you check it that way. Then what you do too is you come back like an hour or 2 hours later, because what happens, that tension that's in there, it will slowly start to relax. And then you re-pull it again for another tension to make sure you got it set. Then you glue them. Some of these companies, what they're doing is they're just either pulling to a max set number. Let's say they're pulling it to 35 newtons, let's say, and then they're gluing it up, and they know it's going to relax back down to 30. It's not bad, but the problem is you don't know how much it's going to relax and how it's going to readjust. So that's why a lot of it determines on, like I said, some of the quality. You'll find when you get them remeshed from some people, you're getting a really good quality screen every time. They tend to hold up and last really well. And then you'll get some like from another vendor, and it seems like they're not there. You don't get as much use out of them. That's what you're going to be running into also. So once you find someone that does good, stick with them. Sometimes $1 or $2 difference on a screen, you think you're saving, but in the long run, if you're buying two to three times that number of screens per year, it ends up being not really cost effective. I've noticed screens coming from Mexico are having some issues compared to other country screens. Yeah, Gus, that's what I was saying, because a lot of these things, what they're doing, they're meshing them really quick, pulling them really taut. And they might be up to that newtons, but they're not letting it relax and then retensioning it. So what happens by them doing that, the screens are just getting, they're not getting to the max tension. So when it relaxes, then it's kind of pulled in enough, and then when we start using it, it's going to pull in even more. That's the thing when you're retentioning screen. If you buy retentioning screens like Sherlock or and any other time, roller frames, Newton roller frames. That's the nice thing about them because you can re-pull them. Now there's a point where that tension on there. Hey Linda, how's it going? There's a point where you cannot pull it no more. It's not going to pull any more taut or tension. The tension in it's going to be done. So it's kind of like this elastic here that I've got. I can keep pulling and getting a tension, but over time, if I pull this enough, after a while, it's just going to stay there. It's not going to bounce back. It's not going to have that crisp tension with it. It's just going to lose the tension. And that's what's happening with screens too. They'll do the same thing. And that's why, like you'll notice from the screen, once they go, they're pretty much shot. You're not going to get more out of them. Greg also says, how do you know if they're from Mexico? Depending on where you're getting them from, they are supposed to say the origin from. But the thing too is like you can buy. Let me go grab it. Let me see if I still got it, and I'll be right back. I've got some mesh out here. Hang on. All right, I'm back, guys. Sorry about taking so long. Now I'm out of breath because the fat kid had to walk. Yeah, I was gonna say, like Gus said, it comes stamped. But the other thing too, let's see, Juan or Rye or Stan or even my boy Goon Squad. Let's see any of them go grab you a roll of mesh during a live. But here's the thing on the mesh, when you buy it by the rolls, this stuff's been laying around in the shop thing. But you can see this is Saudi right here when you're asking about it, which I got it upside down, so it's hard to read. Let me invert it right here for you. On your mesh, when you buy it, like when you buy it in the rolls like this, you can actually see it says all the information right there, what it is. That is what the mesh looks like. This roll is 5 feet, almost 6 feet long. So that's what the mesh looks like. And like I said, that's just the mesh itself. So you can buy this mesh and still have them made in Mexico or any other country of origin they really want to make them at. But the big thing is, and like I said, like China ones, like they got that China made in China on it. Oh yeah, Gus has got his stamped right on it. But the screens will, like Gus just sent me a photo where it shows his, and it does say. Let me open it up in this other thing real quick. Yeah, like Enz just said, gold ups. That's what I was saying too. A lot of people buy them. I have some. They work okay if you're starting out. They're not going to be your longest lasting frames. The other thing too, like they can use Sadi mesh and all that, but the thing is, it's like how they tension the screen when they're building it will determine the outcome of how the screen holds up. Like I said, if they kind of let it rest and come back and then retension it, you're going to get a better screen than if you just literally pull the tension, let it sit maybe in a minute or two, and then glue it. You're not going to get as good as tension compared to if you retension them. And that's the big difference is how a lot of these companies are doing it. Some of these guys, I'm not saying they're cheap, but what it is when it comes to there you go. It's hard to see, guys, but it says made in Mexico right there on the screen that he's got. And like N said, yeah, Saudi's made over in, I think, Italy. Don't quote me on it, but it's made somewhere else. But the difference too is just because the mesh is made over there, it doesn't mean that the screens were assembled there. That's the other thing you got to be careful. Like the other thing, like this one, you're never going to use the end of that mesh because it's using your clamps anyways. So it's kind of, I would say, good and bad. I mean, it's got its things nice. I can, if I was remeshing screens, I could show someone what I'm working with. But normally all that stuff is going to be hidden because when you use mesh this big, you're usually doing, I do 4 screens at a time when I'm using this mesh. And I remesh my own screens. So it varies. But the thing too, like I said, the big thing is how they assemble or how they pre-tension them and then retension them. Because like I said, hey Eddie, how's it going? Is you get a lot of people that will not, just because they're in a rush, they'll literally, yeah, party tonight at Waldo's. Yep, everyone come on over. Hey Matt Grinder. But yeah, what they do is, like I said, they don't retention them. I mean, like I said, you got to wait a little while. It's not like 5 minutes and it's done. When you're doing the retensioning of these things, it is yeah, Greg's bringing the nachos. Awesome. It's a thing where, like I said, when you retension them, or do it correct, like you're pulling it up to tension and then you're bringing them right back down. So you're stretching it twice. What do you sell stretch screens? Do you want to don't want to step on your toes? No, and I don't do my own, or I don't sell screens or do them for people. So yeah, like guys, Eds does screens. And he'll tell you too, it's on that retention thing where you'll get a good screen and a bad screen. Like I said, like you can buy, I got gold ups at round 2. And like you can buy like the gold up screen. I think don't quote me on this, but they're maybe like $18 to $20 a screen. And if you don't mind, throw the price of what a screen is from you. You're gonna probably pay right around 25, maybe $30 for a screen. Someone from Ends. But the difference is like Ends will tell you, like he's gonna do the thing. He's gonna retention. He's gonna make sure that mesh is taut. He's gonna make sure it's tensioned twice, like so it doesn't relax. It's gonna be a nice crisp screen. You're gonna get a higher Newton on that screen than you are something like a gold up screen. Hola, ¿cómo está, señor Juano? What's up, Juan? Senior Juan. I say I got it right. But look here, Juan. You can't say I don't support you, Juan. Look, everyone, you can see. Look, I am using a tumbler from Juan, and look, he was so vain that. Oh, let me find it. He even put his logo on a tower. That's vandalizing. That's tagging a building. Greg said, "Told him." But no, and you, like I said, and go ahead and you can put what you want on their ends about the price of the screens and all that. Like I said, I don't do that for other people. I don't even do them for me much anymore. I send them out. I still have all the equipment. It's not worth me. I don't do them for other people, and the time that it is for me to do them for myself, it's not worth me getting that glue off and all that. Yeah, like in there, ends goes. He stretches to 30, 35, let it sit for 20, and then stretches it back to 35, set overnight, tension to 30, and gets them at 25, and they stay tight longer. That is the big thing. Is like I said, it's not rushing, and that's what a lot of these like gold ups and all that do. They don't follow them steps, just like Enz just said. So when you stretch it and just glue it, yeah, it looks nice right then. You could use it that day, but even at the end of that day, if you checked it with the newton meter before and after, you're going to see a big difference. I have a few newton meters around the shop. People ask, like, I don't think Juan even uses one anymore. I think his is broke. Rye doesn't use one. What I would suggest, if you want to actually see how good your screens are, go get a newton meter. I mean, they're pricey. They're $100 up. But if you're doing stuff like on the auto, when we set the auto up, we try to get the screens, like you can flick a screen and you can hear the tone. You're still not going to get as accurate as a newton meter is. But the big thing, like when we're setting up the auto, what we'll do is like we'll try to get all the screens within maybe 3 to 5 newtons of each other, so that, because what happens when you're pushing down and pulling it, if you've got more slack in the screen and the mesh, it's going to screen different. So the ink's going to shift. And so you're going to spend more time adjusting it and using your micros on the auto, setting it up, if you don't have all the tensions about the same on them. Hey, Jesse. Hey, Juan again. Hey, Lily. And hey, Denise. So the big thing with that is I like to keep all mine the same. Now, if I'm doing it like where I do out in the shop out here in the garage, I'm usually doing 1 or 2 colors. I can get it to work without even checking them. I'm like in Juan, like Juan does it that way. Everyone does it that way. The only difference is, like I said, if you're doing something that's really tight registration, using 7 colors or whatever on a screen on the auto, that's when it really matters, and that's when making sure they're all really close is going to be a big factor. Because if not, you're going to be sitting there fighting the setup the whole time. Like I said, Enz is in Georgia. Enz, you guys, like I said, you can hit up Enz. Enz does do them, and like I said, I can't remember if Enz is in Georgia or not. Oh, New Jersey. Thank you, Juan. He's in New Jersey. So, like if you're in California, it might be a little costly to ship it that far, but yeah, like Enz just said, I checked the old screens I was using. They were between 11 and 16. My prints improved tenfold using a proper tension screen. And that's like so honest and so true. Like I said, guys, hit him up. Like I said, Enz does them. He remessages them for you too. So you can actually, hey Eddie Jr., you can actually send him your screens. He can remesh them and all that, because that's what a lot of people does too. Like Juan will use GSG. A lot of companies have like a trade-in program. And like I said, the biggest thing is always make sure that their screens are tensioning good. That's the number one thing I always tell people. I have bought gold up screens. I've used them. The first time or two, they're fine. You can really tell if you start using them a while how much they drop out of tension and how quick they drop out of tension. The other thing too, some people will buy, and Enz does all the stuff too. Some will have the block out taped around it so that you're not using a bunch of emulsion. Some people like Juan, he'll coat the whole screen. That is personal choice. But if you want that stuff, guys, Enz can do that for you. Some people just like me, I tape inside and outside of a screen. The reason I tape the inside is like when you watch Juan do the video the other day, the live, on the inside of the screen, he puts emulsion on both sides, and he puts emulsion all the way to the end. So ink's not going to come through. The thing is like around these edges here, when you go to clean them, he used water-based, especially during that live. Not an issue, it'll wash right out. The only thing I don't like is if I got to clean the screen a bunch, when it gets in the right angles, because I'm lazy. If I don't put tape there, you get it underneath there. Then when you have it remeshed, it like builds up and just it packs in there. So I always put tape on the inside, even if I do the whole thing, and I do it on the side, and that's just to keep the ink, because I don't like getting ink on me as much. And I'm sloppy when I do that. If you hit the side, like I said, it's a way to do it. And that stuff's like personal choice. Like I said, some like Cam did that big thing where he retapes his off with the permanent block out, so he only puts emulsion in the middle. Juan does the whole emulsion because that tape too. It's not cheap. It's like $100-200 because you got to buy the mixing things with it. So it can be kind of costly to do it that way. I don't prefer to do it that way. I use tape. I use this tape right here, stuff that I sent out to people and all that. I use the 4-inch wide tape. I believe it's 4-inch wide, or 3-inch wide. I use 3-inch wide tape, and it's a packing shipping tape also. I don't use the PMI stuff. It's nice, but it's very pricey over time, especially like the split tape and all that. This stuff peels off. It doesn't leave glue on it. So it works great. And said that it was just a side thing. Mostly did my own. I have 200 blank frames, so I'm selling now new screens. We burn screens as a service also. Yeah, and that's another thing too, guys, to look at is if you're just getting into the business, and you're, let's say, you don't have an exposure unit or you're just learning. Yeah, the reason Juan didn't get any tape because Juan don't use tape. I send Juan all my trash, like stuff like this. This is what I send Juan is trash. That's the only thing Juan's ever getting from me again, because he says I don't send him things. So Juan's getting nothing but trash from now on out. Greg Stevens said, "Do we all know the Earth is flat?" Yeah, apparently it is. There is someone that. Oh boy, let's see what El Senor Elwano says. Oh, actually, this was someone else. But yeah, there's some people that do these videos and they believe the Earth is flat. So be careful, guys, when you are traveling, because the edge you can fall off. It's a long ways down, I hear. So, I believe the Earth is round, completely round, a spherical shape, maybe a slight egg shape, but I don't believe we have a sharp edge. But to each their own. I guess maybe that's why we have Niagara Falls. That's one of the edges. Yeah, it's like always do your check, guys. Understand where people send the information from. Because like I said, everyone will give you their own input. As we all know in school, the Earth is round. There are flat earthers out there. And to each their own. I mean, I guess if someone said the sky is green and you want to believe them, it's your own thing. I don't believe the Earth is or the sky is green, and I believe in school I learned it was round. And said if the Earth was flat, cats would have knocked everything off of it by now. Exactly. Juan said the Earth is flat. Have you played soccer? The field is somewhat flat. Yeah, somewhat flat. Apparently, Juan hasn't played around where I play. I mean, it's rolling hills around in some of these places. But where Juan's played, I don't think they even use shoes when they play soccer. So, yeah, Eddie, you can ask Enz about if he sells them. Oh, okay, there his answer is about the static ones. I have some Newman rollers. They're piled up. I don't use them much anymore. They are nice. You can get a very high tension on. You can do some really nice prints with them. The big thing is um, just monitoring the tension on them. And there's things like the corner reliefs. I don't care about them. And I don't like putting them in the screens because you got to use either special clamps or you got to get used to the kind of the radius of how they fit. Um, the print post, it's like comparing direct to film to supercolor. And then N says Waldo Semi and Newman's. We can work something out. And the print. Yes and no. This is a video that I will release tomorrow if I ever get it edited. I got other videos, but this is that 13 by 19 print. This is the Freddy Krueger. This was done in direct to film, not mine. I actually purchased it. Hey, BM Pam, how's it going? Check the tracking BM Pam that I sent because I think it was in your city today. I don't know if it was going out or not. But my thing to print is here's the thing, and I'll explain it in more detail in other videos. Even if you're using another method, because not everyone like a print like that, you're not going to do 10 prints on a thing. If you're going to use something like a transfer, what I like to do is like in Juan did that live. I don't know if you've seen it, the print house. Juan did a live the other day where he actually did the challenge against Stan, and Stan will not be able to beat him. Not trying to be mean or bad. The speed that Juan went at, if he is using whatever transfer he is using, it is not, unless they are using something like a 5-second transfer, there is no way to get that speed out that Juan did. So that being said, Juan technically won no matter what. But the point is also, like Juan, we kind of went over the thing. A 2-color print that Juan had. So the cheapest you're going to get a 2-color print for, it would be 613 or F&M there. And I quoted the price the other day. It was 75 cents, $25 setup fee. So we'll take the setup fee out of it. So you got 75 cents in every transfer. Juan had 6 cents in a transfer. It doesn't seem like a lot, but at the end of the day, too, Juan was quicker and faster, and you make more money. So Juan's making, we rounded to about, I think he's more about 5 cents. So you can do it and look and say, okay, well, now you got 70 cents in or Juan's 70 cents more in his pocket after every transfer. So when Juan does, I'll get you official things here. Because Juan did, I think, what was it, 83 prints, Juan? So on the 80, at 80 something prints, 83 prints, Juan would have made 51 or $58.10 or 80. Let me refigure this out now because Juan had to go and say 80 instead of 83. So Juan would have made $56 more by screen printing them than you would have using that 2-color transfer. Now, here's the thing. If you didn't have a way to screen print, that transfer is the way to go. So what I'm saying, though, is if you're going the transfer route, find the best transfer that works for you. I know a lot of people done Superco. You see my test, it lifts. Yeah, you can get over it. It's a learning curve. The other thing, too, I've used a lot of direct to films. I haven't had really none of the issues with that. The other thing, too, is direct to film, you can buy one transfer. and you can't just buy one transfer with super colors. So depending on the quantity of shirts, you got to look at that. The other thing, a 11 3/4 is the biggest you can do on a super color. So let's say that was a size, which that's 13 over there. We're going to throw that out of the window and just we'll live with it being the same size as super color. A super color print for that is $7.99. These are done 13 by 19s for $5. There's places that are doing them for $3.99, I believe it is. I'm trying to get confirmation and get some samples sent out to me. But so when you look at that, like it was a $3.99 when you're almost double the transfers for the same price, and the transfers work just as good, if not better. So it's kind of it's hard for me to tell people to go buy a super color when it's twice as much and the results are the same. And in my opinion, it's a lot more work. The only advantage is a hot peel, but they do have hot peels in these other ones. So if that's all you're wanting is a hot peel, use the hot peel ones of the transfers, and you will run into slight issues like you do with the super colors, where some of them want to lift. I prefer using a direct to film though over the super color just for cost. If I'm going to use a full color transfer, that's just me though. Okay, so let me get over to some of these other people real quick. Eddie says, oh, Eddie's talking to ends. Gus said, I have a few Newton screens. I need rescreened. Anyone for the taking? And said, Gus, hit me up. George Lopez says, Juan, I bought me some more of those. Okay, Gus says, okay, then Jason said, send me some of the, so I can make a, Jason said, send me some of the, wants to Jason send me some so I can make a video. No, you don't get stuff to make videos no more. I think we're gonna block Juan. No, just kidding. I'm still waiting for the ink video one. So your next video should be my ink video that was over a year ago. That's just my suggestion, Juan. I mean, look, Juan, I am supporting you, Juan, with the tumbler today. So what else is everyone doing today? And then Ann said, if you guys want single color plastic transfers 13 by 19, hit me up. Yeah, there's a lot of places that do like the single color guys. Check a lot of people out. Like I said, Juan could easily beat the Topps transfers in the print off. And like Linda said, Juan won. Juan said, I'll make the video tomorrow. Watch out, guys. He's lying. I've heard that tomorrow many, 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 many times. Let me check real quick on BM Pam's shipping. Another nice thing, guys, when you use like SendPro by Pitney Bowes, you can actually go, which I'm doing right now, going into my shipping history, and you can see everything that you sent to everyone. Like, for instance, Matt Grinders, because he bought some more stuff this week. It is updating. So, yeah, like Ann said, we encourage gang sheets. Look, he's over there throwing like fork up, fork down, claiming. But no, yeah, gang sheets, a lot of people too, they don't want to do them because what they think they're losing money. But 10 sheets are 10 sheets or 20 sheets or 20 sheets. So you're still you're still going to buy that many. It works great. And that's another nice thing when people do the gang sheets. Let me pull that back up now. Enza's package. Do this. It was shipped USPS, so it's not going to show me a date. Track package. Does not have me an update. Let me check on me and Pam's thing that I sent. 1 second, guys. I've got a lot of things open up on this computer. It says process through North Folk, Virginia. So if that helps anybody in Pam, I hope it does. I don't know how far that is, but that's kind of where it's saying it's at for your thing. Yeah, Matt, yours definitely should be there by the first, Matt. Like I said, I shipped it out the other day. And then Lily says, what video one of Waldo's Inc.? It is she also said, I just got a job. I can finally afford to do some stuff. Now, that's great, Lily. That is awesome. The ink video that Juan is supposed to do, I sent him some reflective base ink, and I've sent him some reflective water base ink. The two were the water base ink. I think it was green and blue I sent him, or might even send him the black one. I can't remember. And then the other one was the straight reflective, like the gray color, but it's a base, so you could actually dye it with any other pigment you wanted, and it would give you a nice color print, whatever color you wanted, reflective. That's the ink I sent him, Lily. So it's the next city over, B and Pam. Okay, so maybe it should be there Monday, B and Pam. Sorry it's taking so long. This the snow and everything else has been crazy on shipments. Hopefully you get your stuff before Juan gets his. That's all I gotta say. Because Juan says I'm crying. And talking to Greg. Talked about V 2.0 is on the way. Awesome. Lily says, do you sell it or where can I get it, Waldo? No, I don't sell that ink. That ink I got from Allure, which is it's Allure. There's another name with it after it, I believe. That is their water-based one. The other stuff is 3M ink. And I just ordered it. The 3M stuff is crazy expensive. A gallon is $300 and something dollars for a gallon, I think it is, of the other stuff. The Allure stuff's a lot cheaper. The Allure you can get in colors. I will say the colors, like when you go with the 3M stuff, yeah, $333 a gallon. That's what the other stuff is. When you go with that stuff, it's rated so it's like meets all the 3M qualifications on all that stuff, reflective safety meetings and all that stuff. The other stuff, Allure makes a lot of stuff. I don't know if it meets the safety standards, but it does work good. It's just it gives it another thing. Like I got some black shirts and I printed black ink on it, so you only see it when you hit it with the light, and it adds kind of a cool effect to it. So if you're doing like effect stuff, it works good. The Allure with the water base, so because you can't go multiple coats with it. So if you're doing like a red shirt and let's say you put that green on there, it is almost like a neon green or a lime green. We'll turn it forest green though when you put on a darker shirt, so you don't get the color. And you can't white underbase it either because you need the glass beads to kind of sit on top. So it's a tricky kind of ink to use to get the nice vibrant colors out of it, but it's something fun to use. So I've made a lot of fun things with it. It works good. Lily says, this is the contest of which people apparently thank you for your free knowledge, Robert. Yeah, no problem, Linda. Thank you so much. The other thing, guys, just letting everyone know, I'm at I think 1,500, so we will not hit the 2,000 by the end of this month. But here's what I'm going to do: if everyone, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe already, people. If we hit 2,000 total subscribers by the end of March, because I think what month we're in, by the end of March, the last day in March, and I don't know how many days are in March, so 1 second. I'm sure someone's going to jump on and tell me how many days are in March before I can even pull up my calendar. Before March 30th, thanks, Juan, before March 31st. If we hit a total of 2,000 subscribers before or on March 31st, I will give a vinyl cutter away, a vinyl plotter away, and I'll ship it out to you guys. It will not be a silhouette. It will not be a cameo. It will be a normal width size one, so that you don't have to pre-cut your vinyl and you can go with a bigger size vinyl. So, you know, people that aren't subscribed to the channel, guys, have them subscribe, because, like I said, I will give it away if we hit them numbers. We were on a pace that looked like we were going to come close, and then everything bottomed out. So, you guys aren't subscribed, subscribe and help us get the numbers up there, and we'll give it away. I don't mind sending stuff to people, get numbers. Gus says, who offers sublimation services? I need a few shirts printed for some tees. When that does, check with Juan. Juan might. I don't know who all does them on here. I know there are people that will do them on here. Gus, I don't do them for people just because I don't carry enough shirts to even mess with them. Just because we use other processes. I will say this: every printer will be slightly different. Just understand that when they do the sublimation, because colors, it's hard to get a color match perfect. So if you're fine with that, Gus, that's a nice thing. That's really cool. The print house says I sub back, guys. Yeah, I definitely will. The print, I thought I did the other day. I try to literally subscribe to everyone that has subscribed to me. I just always have done that. Usually I do it. There we go. Sorry, I'm actually glancing at some other things. I'll have to actually go back after. I lost the video thing. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. I trying to multitask. How's it going, C Block? Going pretty good, C Block. Waldo, what is my bread and butter in the printing industry? Usually schools. Schools, because we do a lot of the stuff, and we do where they have like their booster club stuff. This year, with COVID, it took a little hit. We still did a bunch of it. The other thing that definitely surpassed it this year, though, that normally is right up with it, is factories. Because the factories didn't shut down. And the thing that helped this year with the factories that pretty much moved it above the schools this year is that all the factories, they did masks this year because they had to have stuff for their employees. So like we do, like for instance, international paper. It's the paper that like the hammer mill paper and all that. They make pretty much most paper that anyone will use for printers and all that stuff. We do all the shirts for them, all their factories. So what they do is they have safety shirts, and they usually do a summer shirt. So on the summer shirts, it's a 100% polyester breathable shirt. And then they have the management people, so they do a polo shirt, and then they also have their maintenance people. They do 100% cotton, because people that are working with electric, you cannot wear polyester, because if you catch fire with polyester, it sticks to you. Cotton doesn't stick to you; it just burns off. Not that you want to catch fire and get burned, but that's why they do the cotton and cotton only. And then they do tall tees for some of their people, just because they don't want them walking around with their butt crack hanging out. So some of the people, they do the tall tees, but like in general, we do that. And then what they also do too is they went with mask on everyone. Juan says, "Where's my tumblers?" I gave them to Denise, Juan, like you said. So that's all I can tell you, Juan. Denise got some. 1 second. Where did the man, it got shut down? I closed it by accident. Let me. One second, one. Now that I lost my. Sorry, it's taking so long, guys. I'm sitting here trying to get something for Juan, so Juan doesn't cry. There it is, Juan. You can pull it up and see. Hey, Les, how's it going? Let me actually do this also and see where Juan's package is at. Juan's package should be there on the 9th, or Tuesday. Sorry, not the 9th, but Tuesday, Juan. It's showing Tuesday. I hope that helps, Juan. Now let me try to catch up on all the questions. What's the shelf life? What's the shelf? Oh, what's on the shelf behind you? Them are all air fresheners over there. Them are all air freshener blanks. So I have enough air fresheners for a little while. Just double deep stock. Over on this side, there's bins of mask. And that's all that's in here right now in this room. But yeah, they are air fresheners, Lily. Why did Denise get all them tumblers? C Block says because Juan, I mean, he was nice and said, "Hey, whoever jumps on," and so I sent his tumblers to someone else. B and Pam said I started doing screen printing because of schools. I wanted to get large orders like the PTA. Yeah, B and Pam. That's the nice thing. The only thing I will say I don't like about schools is usually they're net 30 or net 45, which means you usually got to wait 30 days or 45 days to get paid. Um, you can work out deals with them. It's just the ones I usually deal with. That's what they are, and so I don't like that. When I deal with the booster club parts of them, like where it's parents that are in charge of it instead of the school handling it all, we get paid a lot quicker on it, and I'd rather get paid quicker on some of that because that stuff it's not bad, but you wait forever to get paid, and it's not fun waiting for your money when, especially if you did like 300-400 shirts. Now you're out all that shirt money and you're waiting to get paid on it all. That's the only downside about even on contract printing, like we do stuff like the factories and all that. Some factories they pay once we drop off. Other factories are on net contracts. So that's some of the things as you get going, you will have some net contract companies. Other ones you run in differently. It's just dealing with kind of getting used to it and dealing with ones. It's always better to get paid up front. Sometimes we'll give them a little incentive if they do that compared to the other way. And Pam says, "Don't you just love talking to text? It makes you sound like an idiot." And C Block says, "Shrink wraps or coloring books." Yeah, they were actually air fresheners. The shrink wraps are in the other bin on the shelf. One section in the other room is all shrink wraps. If that were shrink wraps, that would be a lot because one can tell you like 5,000 shrink wraps I can fit in the bin, 5 to 10,000 in a bin this big. They are very compact. They're very mass heavy too, though, with all the weight. Denise says, "Because I am likable, C Block." Yes, she is. Unlike Juan. Juan says the tracking number says still in my warehouse. It can't be, Juan. It says Nashville. My shop is not in Nashville, so it can't be there, Juan. I think you're lying, or you need to upgrade, or they need to update their thing. And Lily, the thing moved too quick. Let me try to catch up on that. Lily, I have the elementary school across the street. Apparently, there's a special person in the district that does the buying. They are usually getting shirts cheap. Small towns might be different. Yeah, like the big thing too is schools do want cheap as possible. Bad to say, you're usually not going to win if you're mid to high price on stuff. Schools don't care on quality; they just care on price. They're a bottom dollar business, so the bottom dollar is the one they're going to take on the bids. A lot of things too, they do get locked in the thing. Like it took me a while to get into the schools because a lot of schools have the people they've used for a while and they don't like switching out. For one, they got the paperwork set up with them. They got their nets set up with them. So like if you go in and say, "Hey, I'm not doing no net 30, net 90, whatever," a lot of the other ones already got it set up to do the nets. So they're not big on swapping over to someone that doesn't want to do a net. And like I said, a lot of it's like the buddy system. So if someone was in there and their friend owned that shop, they're going to stick with them for a long time. So it takes a while to get into them. It just so happened, literally what happened to get me my foot in the door on some of them. We prayed for some other people on other stuff, and they just happened to know the committee that was doing looking at the price, and they knew the quality of the shirts and all that. So they let us put our bid in, and then they were kind of fair on that. But it can be tricky to get into schools. And like I said, some of it, I mean, the money's nice, but some of it can be a headache dealing with it. Especially when you get into like the sports where they got all the names. You will end up messing up at least once a year. You're going to mess up 3 to 4 names because someone wrote it down wrong and you put it on the jersey and then it's wrong. or you could misprint the number and put it on a small, and that person needed an extra large or 2X like me. There's a lot of stuff like that happens when you're doing the school stuff. So kind of it's a different ball game, but it's not bad. I mean, I like that. Factories are my best thing because they don't care, and they're good to deal with for the most part, and they don't really have much problems. The worst are people starting their clothing line because they think they're going to blow up overnight. They think they're going to be your biggest client, and they are super picky and they don't know really what they want, and they don't understand a lot of the different things. They'll come in and be like, well, I've got 20 different shirts and it's going to blow up. And then you're like, okay, here's the price. And they're like, well, can I just get 5 of each? And I mean, it's stuff that just isn't practical now. Stuff like the direct to film or something like that. Yeah, you can make it work. But if not, then people can be some of the most painful people. When their brands do take off, they are really good to deal with. But 9 out of 10 times, most people's private brands do not blow up and do not take off good. So hope that kind of gives you some insight there. Greg says, I'm using ODB for the first time recording something on my screen. I have a setting set to 720, but notice the bottom is cut off a little bit. Switch to 1080. I do not use ODB, Greg. Juan does. I'm using direct input with my Canon. Right now, this is not my Canon input. This is on my laptop because the audio did not go through that supercomputer I built. I'm still getting everything dialed in and adjusted on it. So I am using my laptop again, and no light on this one. It's in the other one, so that's why the lighting looks bad, and the reverb in this room is really bad because it's a big open room with nothing in it much. So yeah, assigned to individual teachers, Lily, that's even better. You don't have to deal with kids and all that, filling out all the forms. And Les said, one said those are depends on the shelf. Yeah, they're adult diapers for Juan or for Stan for when he's crying because how bad Juan beat him in that challenge because Juan put a whipping on him. He hasn't done his video, but unless he photoshops it or video edits it, it's not possible to win. So, I mean, he can have Rye help him too, and he's still not going to win. Question: ask Rye if he's going to need help for the 100 shirt challenge. Yeah, just so you guys know too, Rye challenged Juan, guys, to a race also. Rye's gonna try to do this challenge. Don't forget, Rye, you owe me money. You lost. Pay up, sucker. But no, Rye is actually challenging Juan. That is a better race than Stan. The only thing is, guys, if you notice, Rye's been in the gym. And the thing that I did not see him do in the gym is like he did them handstand push-ups, was insane. I give him mad credit. But he did not do like them little step things where you step up and do the up, down, little the step thing where you go up and down. He's gonna need to do that. And here's the thing, guys. This is why I don't think Rye's gonna win. When you got to step up a stool 100 times and step back down, it's gonna kill your legs, them quads. You're gonna feel it in them legs and all that, stepping up and down that much. And you got to remember, guys, Rye's not tall enough to reach the top of that press. So he's got to step on that box 100 times and do 100 shirts. So you guys wish him luck. Maybe someone might want to send Rye some ankle braces because that's a lot of stepping. You can snap an ankle. I know what it's like to blow an Achilles on both of them. So I wish Rye good luck. And I can't wait to see that challenge, guys. Keep following Rye. Rye will post this. Subscribe to Rye, guys. If you guys haven't subscribed, Rye's an awesome show. So is Juan's. And keep an eye out for that challenge, guys, because it's going to be interesting between them both. Rye says, Craig, I just got off a Zoom party meeting. Oh, yeah, Rye was doing the party stuff, like boom, 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 stuff. But but yeah, guys, good to see you on here, Rye. Sorry, I'm just getting caught up on all the videos. Yes, one. I just texted. Trying to make sure I got everyone caught up on all this, and sorry, I'm really slow on catching up on these. And says, how do you go about not charging taxes to nonprofit organizations like churches and stuff like that? I'm speaking about the legal stuff. What I do is I have them fill out the forms. I have my accountant make sure I get all the forms that I need. And what I do is there's a program, and I can't think of the name right now. If it's someone that we are just emailing the stuff through, we have a link and we send it to them. It will verify their information. It puts it in record. And then what it does at the end of the year, it sends them all the paperwork. There we go, guys. Rye paid. This is way cool. I was just joking about that, Rye. But guys, look, Rye paid up his bet. Rye is a gentleman and a scholar on that. Rye's awesome, guys. Like I said, if you haven't subscribed to Rye, guys, follow him, check him out. Like I said, and watch his workout video on his Instagram, guys, because this week he's gonna have to be doing a lot of step ups to get them legs built up for that 100 shirt thing. Now, do you know when you're gonna do that challenge, Rye? But what I use is I use that program and it validates all the stuff, make sure it's on the document, so it sends them the thing. If they lied on it and the paperwork checked out, they're the ones responsible for the taxes at the end of the year, not me. But even when a new church comes here or a new organization and they're like, hey, we're tax exempt, I make them fill out all the forms and I make sure it's approved correctly. Just because you can't take people's words anymore on some of this stuff. And what happens if it's off, you're the one paying the bill at the end of the day. So don't want to get stuck doing that. It can be pretty expensive on things. So 1 second, guys. I got an issue with some people posting stuff. Sorry about that, guys. Some of these people are just Jack Richards. If you're gonna keep it up, man, they'll end up blocking you, man. You can't keep posting that stuff. These people. Rye says hopefully Wednesday he's gonna do that. I have to buy 20 more myself, Rye. What do you happen to buy, C Block? Oh, shirts. I got you. Now I see. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I don't know who this Jack guy is, but sorry, dude. You're going into timeout. We can't have you posting that stuff. He's one of the. I guess he's a. I don't know who he is. Rye says I was close to the bet. He didn't hit the 100 shirts. You are right, Rye. He did not hit the 100 shirts. Juan cannot count. That is the bad thing. Juan said he had 130 shirts there. Apparently in Mexico, the counting is done differently. I don't know. I've never studied their math program, so I don't know how they do the math down in Mexico. Yeah, and that's what that guy kept saying, but he kept saying other stuff that I had to block about a lot of other people. He's just one of them trolls that hop on there, and I don't even know what the whatever he did. The other stuff he was saying that we had to block. One of the things he asked why I'm fat. That's because I eat well. Um, I guess that guy's mad because he doesn't sell enough shirts. He can't eat healthy or not healthy. He just can't eat what he wants. George Lopez. I have recreated a retro school design for the for all the schools in my city. Old football helmet logo, retro mascot logo, retro T-shirt logo design. Dug deep for images for the uh, dug deep for the past graduates. Yeah, that's the big thing. Is like the nice thing about schools, you can take that same artwork to like all the different schools and pitch 4 or 5 of the images to them, and usually they're fine. Now the question is, here's the question of the night. That image that Lily just posted, does anyone know what that's called? I do, but does anyone else know that? Yeah, the house and Juan said I'm fat also. It's all them, yeah, like Ryan says, all them donuts. Donuts are good. And I buy mine from an Asian donut shop. It's called Great American Donuts. So how that's possible, I don't know, but they're good. I sent the photo to Juan and Rye, top notch donuts. So if Rye, if you can make donuts like that for me, I'll be your friend for life. Yeah, and the trolling's getting crazy on some of these things. I mean, like I said, so many people don't even know what they're abacus. Ding, 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 ding. Ends wins. Yes, that is what that's called. And Juan said he knows why I'm fat. Um, so we going to Atlantic City. I don't know. Like I was joking with Juan Rai. I don't have Goon Squad in Atlantic City to watch my back. That's more in Stan's hood. So no, but I'm not sure. I've been to Atlantic City. Not to the ISS. I just Atlantic City's not for me. Everyone's got their own thing, but I'm not big on Atlantic City, so I don't know. I don't like the city. I don't like a lot of the area. Um, we'll see if I go or not. I mean, I'll schedule it. I'd rather went to Huntington Beach, but um, well, depends on who's all gonna. If everyone's gonna show up, I'll try to show up. Um, it's like I said, it's just that place is my number one place I want to go again. So we'll see. Lee says, "Gotta run, y'all. Peace out. Good having you, Lee. Great to see you on here tonight, Lee. Thank you so much for stopping by again, Lee. I always enjoy when people stop by and chat. One's talking to Rye. Says you have uh, Rye. All you have to do is make 30 shirts in 29 minutes and you win. Not. Um, Rye says not sure. Looking at the L1800 for direct to film, how do you get the white ink to print at the end? On that, Levitt Apparel, is you have to have a RIP software, and all you do is you tell it which order to do the print. So you can tell it to put the color first and then the white, or it's in the RIP software. So you tell it the order to do the print. There's a lot of the RIP softwares out there that people sell. People have borrowed ones, I guess you would say, but they all are in the settings, and it just tells you what order to do the thing. Because what happens, some of it you're going to have to do a heavier white. So you might tell it to do 2 passes on the white, depending on what printer it is. Like some printers are going to have a 4 white station, some are going to only have the 2, some are going to have 6, some are going to have 8. It depends on how many print heads and all that you have. But what it is you tell it you do the thing, you tell it to lay down the white one color first, and then lay down the other color second, and it all comes down to it's in the RIP software. So you got to buy or get a RIP software. But once you have that, It's all in there and it's pretty simple. Lily says, "Is that a wolf pack?" What the thing you're hearing? No, that was my dog. I don't know who she's barking at because there's no one here. So I don't know if someone is outside trying to break in and mug me. I really have no clue. Um, I'm in the safe room, so if it all goes down, it goes down. I'm safe. No. The loser ends will be there. Yeah, that's up in your neighborhood, ends. Maybe I'll try to. Oh, and says he's got my back. Yeah, I'll try to go in. I'm not big in that part of the areas. It's like I used to go to New York. I hate New York anymore. I don't like, even though that's not New York. I don't like the congested,ness of some of these big cities anymore. Um, it's not my favorite thing. But yeah, then I mean, flying's the same. Where I fly, they both are about the same distance. So and I'm not going to drive. It's too far of a drive for me. But that's probably the reason. But it's in August, so I should have plenty of time, and I'll probably go there. It's just I want to make sure other people, like, because for me, just to go to the trade show, I've seen a lot of the stuff. Got inside people that sent me some stuff that's coming out. So the show itself isn't what I really want to go for. I want to go there to meet some of you guys. So that's my major thing. So if people are going, I'll go. If not many people are going to sign up to go, I'll stay home and hide in my bug out bunker here. No. Well, if Staples or Office Maxes, it's a small order. I'm not understanding what you're saying, C Block. Maybe I missed the other part. And says it's a crappy area, but the convention center is nice. The casinos aren't that bad inside either. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Now the only thing I worry about for Rye is, see, in Huntington Beach he slept in his car, so I don't know about him sleeping in a car out in Atlantic City. I'm kind of worried about him there. I mean, because there's people driving around offering little kids candy, and I'm worried that Rye might get picked up. So we're gonna have to watch out for Rye, guys. Being out there. They changed the date on the Atlantic City one. I hear that they're going to make the Fort Worth bigger, like Long Beach. Well, that'd be cool too. Like I said, if everyone says they're going to go to which one, then I'll show up. I don't mind. I don't want to go to the show and just for the show, because a lot of the stuff, a lot of the major company people, they don't care for me anyways because what I say about them. And then I just want to go to meet the people. So if there's no one going to be there, it's not really worth me to go say hi to the people if they're not going to be there. Lily's it skipped up. Lily said, "Dude, that guy is back again." Yeah. Well, let me delete him. Yeah. Peace out, Jack. Yeah. Some of these people are they're nothing but troublemakers. That's all they do is they kind of start things. Just makes it kind of bad. Like the comments they're posting, which I deleted, are just. I mean, I'm fine with comments that don't bother me, but I mean, they were posting stuff about everyone else. Just is rude. Rice says, "I'd love to go to Fort Worth and stop by Juan's house and throw some eggs at his Tajima." Yeah, the only problem with Rye doing that, I don't know how he's gonna be able to throw him out the window unless he gets in the back of a truck, because he's almost got to stand on the seat. So if you're standing on the seat and throwing things out the window, you can't push the gas or brake. So if you want to do that, Rye, I'll give you a hand. It's kind of like when you're a little kid, you have to sit on the lap so they can drive. I'm just playing, Rye. Oh, Lily says the Hangover movie. Yeah, I thought you were hearing my dog, Lily. My dog, she normally never barks at all, so something was bothering her. I thought that's what you were hearing. Greg says, we're going to Atlantic City. Well, then I guess I will try to go there also. I like to go to Atlantic City, Juan says. And I grew up in New York, worked in New York uh, for years, miss it. It was just like, I don't know, I've been to major cities ends, and my big thing is like, I like to be able to drive around, and in that city, it's it's horrible to drive. Traffic's really bad. The last time I was up there, I actually bought my motorcycle, my Ducati, from a guy, and it was horrible. I'm pulling a trailer because I also bought a CNC mill, and so driving through, paying all the toll, like the link the was it Lincoln Bridge or whatever, paying all the toll fees, getting into the city, out of the city, trying to drive around with the trailer, finding parking spots, trying to get gas in that city. I hated it the last time. The time before it wasn't bad, and then the other time flew in and then more or less got cabs and it wasn't bad, but I don't like it for some of the other things. City's not for me. That one's not. There's other cities I like, so it's a cool city if you haven't been there, but I don't like the all that stuff anymore. I'm kind of more laid back. I don't move around well anymore either with both my legs messed up. So this show is vacation for me. Yeah, Ryan uses them all vacation. That's his number one tax write off. Like, is just to use it for vacation, and you better go on, you loser. I just want to go to the casinos, play craps. The only thing is, Ryan, is like I don't know if they're gonna let you walk around with a stool, like climb up to the table to throw the dice. And I didn't know they let little kids at the tables, but we'll find out. I mean, I guess they do let midgets there, so I guess Rye should be fine. George says, unless he finds a sugar mama before then, he won't make it there. Thank you, Amadia. Whatever. I mean, hang on the dashboard like bobbleheads. Yeah, that's a good one. C Block. What's up, Goon Life? Oh, yeah, see, Goon Life's going too. So now I don't have to worry. I got a bunch of people to watch me. Hey, Goon Life. I said I'd go Goon Life. I just I don't like I don't know. It's there's something about that city. I mean, I've been in every city, I've been in a lot of countries, and that's just one of the places not my cup of tea anymore. Lily says, "Yeah, GoPro on someone, and I want to see all the footage of AC." I don't have a GoPro. Remember, I asked Ryan during his last one to give me his old GoPro. Ryan was like, "No, I don't have any GoPros. I was never good enough to get a GoPro." Ryan says he'll get me a funnel cake. You know that's like a $15 funnel cake, Ryan, in Atlantic City. Ends can validate that. Ain't that about the price of a funnel cake up there? Ends, I'm gonna throw eggs at him. Jason, I just started a new job. I can't wait to ask for vacation yet. Or I can't ask for vacation yet. So what's your new job, Lily? And says, give me your boss's number. I'll get your vacation approved. I just call Print Life, guys. Well, Print Life's only one person anymore. His business, I mean, it went the opposite of my weight. His shop did. So there's a few of them that's done that lately. I'm not gonna name names, but and says, "Oh, I don't know. I keep my butt along off the boardwalk." Yeah, yeah. Boardwalk food isn't cheap, and the New York food ain't cheap. Lily says, "Jason, yeah, that won't work. Waldo, I work at Goodwill in San Antonio headquarters. That's pretty cool, Lily." Juan says, "I'm setting up a GoFundMe for Rise therapy after he loses to me." Yeah, Ryan's gonna need that. I am feeling bad as that's like almost like turning into child abuse. So on, you gotta be careful picking on little people. So my prediction, for Rye, I say, now how are you gonna do it, Rye? Are you doing the full 100 shirts? Are you doing the half an hour? Are you gonna do the hour? What are you gonna actually do, Rye, during your side of the thing? I say Rye can knock out um 55 and a half hour at best. It's in 13. I have no idea. Two color plastisol. Yeah, if you're doing a two color plastisol, right, I feel bad for you because that's like I was talking to Juan. Like Juan did his, which I think we need to look at all the prints, guys. So this might help you, Rod. Juan did his water base on a 110. And anyone that's printed water base on a 110, that ink falls through there. So we need to look at the print, see the quality of his shirts, and see how they came out. The two color plastisol, I'm gonna change my number, Rye. Um, Depending on, I don't know, for a half hour, 35 to 45 is if you're going the plastisol. I would say 20 if you're going Fusion 180 ink. Um, just because you know how that is, right? That's like peanut butter. You're not getting that through a screen, no matter how much you mix that. One says 55 and a half hour, but 40 of them burnt. Yeah, that's about it. Lily says, I haven't seen that, Jason. I'll check around. Limit Apparel, thank you. Just got Accurate 9 with the USB key dongle for DTF, DTG, and UV printers, $99 Walmart. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, the Accurate stuff, like I said, there's a lot of good ones out there. Like I said, and in that setting, Limit Apparel, you tell it what order, what you want to do first. And that is the big thing. Remember to work in a translucent background because if you have a white background, and I don't have any of the transfers in here, if you don't work there and you have a whole white background, it is going to print all white. So remember that when you're doing that. Bryce says, I'm using Fusion 180 on a 230 mesh, 110 shirts easy. Now, when he says 110 shirts, he means 110 shirts in a day, because that is some rough stuff. The Fusion 180 at 230 mesh, and I don't even think my auto can do 110 shirts in that amount of time. That's some rough stuff. Moonlight said, "Did anyone watch Supercolor Live today? Stan tagged me and sent me the video, but I didn't watch it." No, Goonlove, I didn't even know he had one. I looked earlier, and the last one he had is just talking trash and talking about other stuff. So when he started rambling and then talking about bars and like we were talking about the other night, Goon Live, I just turned it off. The thing with him is he will promote any product that anyone will pay him for. I mean, I'm surprised he hasn't promoted used condoms. I mean, he's one of the people that if there's money to be made in something that someone will pay him, he'll promote that. So that's just me saying, I mean, it's each their own. Nothing to, hey, you do what you want to do for promotions, but that's what I think. Not hating on anyone that way. I'm just saying anyone that really prints knows the difference. That's just that. So I don't like it. Oh well. I mean, suck it up, Buttercup. That's all I can say. Lily, the place was rad. A rock show on the east side and an 80s dance nightclub on the other side. Had so much fun. That sounds pretty cool, Eds. Goon Life. I have a feeling he would tag me on purpose. Right. Is anything interesting? I can answer that one for you, Goon Life. Probably not. I don't think he's done an interesting video in the last 6 months personally, but Jason, they have a lot of cool clubs out here. Rye wants to know, you got Club Disney out there because he can go DJ at Club Disney. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, PNG got it 99 and $700 printer saved $1,400. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Catch deals like when you said the Walmart thing. I was gonna say I caught some crazy deals on Walmart. That's like a minute ago. I get tagged on a lot of stuff, and my Amazon had a sale on some more lights. Didn't really need them, but they were half off, and I'm a sucker for sales, so I ended up literally buying some more lights that I will never use probably. But maybe one day I'll need them. And I got a feeling Super Color is trash. It's just my opinion, and it is what it is. It's not the worst product out there. It's not banana prints, but it's not the best stuff. For the price, there's better stuff out there. That's all I'll say. Direct to film's better. Depending on what print you're trying to make is better. When you get it to stick, it ain't bad. But it's just the thing is the cost that you pay for that print and all the other stuff that you have with it. It's not worth it. My point. Oh yeah, then Harry says yeah he's got a Roland BT12. Yeah, I know he's been talking about that. Like that's like he did the one video, open it up. And he's like, I'm not gonna read instructions. I'm gonna just learn what I've seen online. And then he couldn't even flash his shirt because he didn't pay no attention to read it right. I mean, that's each their own. I mean, right. So yeah. Or he had Reyes had him on his. Reyes did a thing on Instagram with him, which I'm sure that's gonna be fun. Right. Yeah, I see the Reyes and Stan were doing the rounds. Yeah, I mean, the difference is, and I'll be honest, Reyes is honest about stuff. He tells you what he does it for. Reyes is a promoter. He does it. He makes his money off of YouTube stuff. Stan says he doesn't make his money off that, but if YouTube and promotional sponsors, whatever you want to call them, stop paying him, he would not be able to. He'd have to go get another job. That's how you can tell real printers and other people. People that make their living without the YouTube money and the promotion money. They're the real people, real deals. I mean, and like I said, even people that do the side businesses, I mean, I'm cool with that, but just like be honest where the money comes from because you always aren't going to get that. I don't count my YouTube money. I've only gotten I think one check so far, but I don't look forward to that. That money is nothing to me. Literally the Juan can vouch for how much the light was that I bought for me and Pam. That literally was almost all my money I made, not including the shipping on it, was pretty much all the money I made from YouTube just to send that light out that I paid for. So I'm not rich off of YouTube. That money is nothing to me. I probably find more money on the ground in a month than I do off of YouTube. That's just me though. But now Rye over there, he's bankroll in China with all his stuff. Rye was going to come to my shop, but I denied the collab because I didn't want him reckless. I'm trying to build my views authentic. Yeah, guys, like that's what I agree, Goon Squad. I mean, like the other thing too, Daniel, or I'll call you Goon Squad, is like literally that's like the one video I did. He literally posted it. He did a rebuttal the next day where I wasn't there, but I seen it, and then he pulled them all down. So like the benefit for him to help grow your page it's not really because he controls it all. So like that's my point, but that's just my thought. I would rather have other people promote me and all that. But the other thing, guys, too, if you're new on here and you haven't subscribed to other people, hit Goon Squad up, hit Rye up, hit George Lopez up, hit I just said his name earlier, and the print house, hit the print house up. Guys, subscribe to everyone else's channel too. Because here's the thing. You might not like the language how I speak. You might not like my look. You might not like my video edits like Goon Squad says, but I know he's just playing. But there's always someone out there that you will find in this group of people that will do everything like you kind of like to see, and you can learn from everyone. Been in this almost 20 years, and there's little things that I'll talk to Juan about, and Juan will throw something out there. I'm like, hey, that was a good idea. You can always learn, never stop learning. The day you do is the day you die. So always look, always learn, always watch. I watch a lot of these people from when they first started, and it's always interesting. I remember watching Rye as he grew. I mean, his not grown up because he ain't growing no taller. We all know that. But as he grew through his equipment, and it's nice to see that Rye's got really good equipment now and doing really good. I like to see the people grow and succeed. It's interesting. I enjoy that. So I mean, that's the thing is like you can follow these people, see what they're doing, watch how they're growing. You can learn a lot from these people. Everyone's got little tips and tricks that they do. Some people also have other jobs, so they can help you out other stuff. They work in other businesses, and they can kind of, if it's something you need help with. Everyone's got insiders on everything, so it's always good. So much for the $2,000 to $4,000 printer, costing them less than 800. Yeah, Levitt Apparel. That's my point too. Is like my other thing too that I didn't like Stan was doing it as a thing to push super color, like when he met with Ernest, the flat earther, and literally he did that. I mean, he made the guy look bad in my mind when I'm watching the video. And I don't think the guy picked up on it, but like he kept saying, "Yeah, you can buy a printer for this much." Blah blah blah. Well, here's the thing. Even if you don't want to, like where you just said, you got 800 cost them less than 800. So I mean, you've got, let's say, 1,500 in it. You got it cheaper than that Roland he's rocking right now. Here's the other thing. Even if you didn't want to go that route, I can send people links to all these other people that make direct to films. $5 transfers, $3.50, as low as $1.99 for an 8x10. And they'll do one print. And so the thing is about that is like, how is Supercolor better when I can get a print a tenth of the price and it holds up and does the same thing? Instead of telling people, then he was like, well, you're better to go with the Supercolor because of this. Tell the truth. Hey, you're getting money from them. And be honest. Hey, there are other products out there that work better, that are cheaper, that will give you the same effect. That's my only thing, is just these people lie about the things. Got some other videos coming up with some other random equipment I might be doing. George Lopez says, everyone will learn from all my mistakes soon. Boy, do I have a crap load of them. Everyone makes mistakes, George. I make lots of mistakes. I just don't air them. No. Like Goon Life will tell you, he makes not like in it where he's nervous doing the videos starting out now, where he's not done them. Like I know he knows how to rock a laser, and he'll even tell you, even on some of these other videos, He's made a few rookie mistakes, as he says. We all make mistakes, and especially too when you're getting out here and like he just said to the rookie in it, when you're new, like even now, I'm kind of stuttering my words. When you're new to this whole thing, you make a lot more mistakes than even if you're used to doing it every day. I mean, I can screen print all day long blindfolded, but when you throw this camera in front of me, like even on people's lives, I can jump on riser wands, make jokes all day long. When I get in front of the camera myself here, it's very awkward for me. This is not my comfort zone. I don't work well on this zone. Um, and everyone works differently, but like I said, you can learn from everyone, and there are everyone. Hey, what's up, JBM Designs? And like I said, that's another one, guys. Hit JBM Designs up, guys. He makes awesome stuff, awesome videos. He hasn't put a video out in the last week or so, have you, JBM? Um, but yeah, that's the big thing. It's like we all make mistakes, we all learn. People flock to Rye more than they probably do me. He's more appealing. I'm more of the creepy van guy, as Juan says. So not everyone wants to see the creepy van guy who drives the van, apparently. But I don't drive a van. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to catch up reading all this stuff. That's one of the other things that I'm not good at. I'm dyslexic, so when I have to read these things, this is like one of the hardest things for me to read, and then actually read it out loud, if that, and then comprehend what's being said. So uh, when you're busy or tired, that's when most of the mistakes happen. So take a break and then back at it again. Yeah, that's the major thing. Is don't rush it. And like I said, even George, like when you do, like I don't, I'm Mr. One taking my videos. That's why you see the videos like it is. I don't even edit them, but that's the other nice thing about videos when you're doing the pre-made videos. You can actually edit them, so you don't have to worry about having all the dead space, mess up stuff. But the nice thing too is when people do it like Goon Squad does, he leaves the mistakes in there to show you that he's human. And that's a nice thing too. Like I said, you can edit it all out and make everything perfect every time. Or you can leave it in. Like when I did that tumbler, I printed the paper and I only had one sheet of paper left, so I couldn't put it on there because it was sideways. And simple mistake. I mean, I've printed millions of times on my printers, and I turned it sideways on my print thing. It was my own mess up. But we all make mistakes. Juan says Goon Life makes tons of mistakes. That's why his shop is so clean because he's always cleaning it up after mistakes. Yeah, I will say this, hands down, the award this year for cleanliest shop. Apparently, I can't be winner 2 years in a row. So Goon Life wins the cleanest shop award. His shop is spot on. Like someone just moved in and built a shop and hadn't started working in it. Um, Mad props. Like he even puts the cover on the plotters after to keep the dust off of it. My theory is I work so fast that dust can't settle. And them leaves on my one machine, they're not leaves, it's camouflage. That is a special edition. They only make one. Costs a lot of money for them leaves. So it's a realistic look. It's real tree camo on a printers. Yeah, I got a video just for you on the way at my shop. So clean, coming soon. Good life. Yeah, good life. Waldo, did you see the pics I sent you? Oh, I just got them one. Oh, they haven't opened up. Let me do. When Juan sends me things, and I know my phone does the same thing with his, I gotta open them differently for some reason. I gotta actually log out of my network and then log back in. Okay, now I will say this. Make sure it's not. Juan sent me the photos. I think what he did now, I'm going to show you guys these. These are the photos Juan sent. Now this where it's looking white, it's not white. It's red all the way on here. It's just how my screen looks. Let me grab another print. Here's another print. His prints were spot on this. Now here's the thing I'm going to say is Juan went through all 80 shirts and he was only able to get me 3 photos. So he only had 3 good shirts, Rye, out of that. So throw that appeal flag, throw that red flag on that. That's why he only got that many. That's why they look like that. Oh boy. Oh my goodness. And Rye is back with his Rye shenanigans again. Wow. This is crazy. Now, people you do not want to subscribe to is people like Rye. No, hands down, Rye. It's a good guy also. He's got me on that one. Good life. You're Mr. Clean of the screen printing, LOL, but you have to give it to you making great videos and content. Good life. That's because I was thought correctly and Israel. I always contain your mess before you get out of hand. Design goes. Got to give Waldo a shout out on the next level or on the next video. Right, said he forgot the cigar and taco. Or Lily said that. Forgot the cigar and taco in that photo. Yeah, I couldn't believe that. But yeah, guys, that is one thing too. When you seen Juan's prints, where I was joking about saying we got to look at them. That's one thing. Now I will say this, Rye, when you're whatever 2-tone or 2-color print you do not do butt registration. Do something. I'm not picking on Juan because this is when we talk about it. It's his artwork, anyways. Do the registration where it's not touching, because then you can do wet on wet, and you don't got to worry about the ink. Another thing I would suggest is do black color ink, because black ink is one of the more viscous inks, and it flows really well. So I would go with something like that, and I'd go with like a very viscous colors that maybe black and maybe royal blue. They'll slam through that ink a lot quicker on for plastisol compared to white. But yeah, do something that's not touching on the print. One color or 2-color thing that's way off, and I think it'll be a lot better. Rye says I need to make room for my 2 F570s. So why are you getting 2 F570s, Rye? I'm going 2 colors, black and black. That's the way to go. I do black and then charcoal black as the 2 colors. Because you're better than one. That's why you've got 2. I mean, technically, Rye, you actually beat me when you do that. Because I only got a 44-inch printer, and 24 and 24 is 48. So you got me beat by 4 inches on that one, Rye, also. So kudos to you on that. I don't know where you're going to put them in there. I guess you're going to have to get rid of the that nice new Anatol of yours and put them over there, because I don't think you got room. I mean, I guess you can move that embroidery machine. That's not doing much, but minute minus 2 tonsils. I'm looking at getting into sublimation or custom Kydex. Sawgrass is pretty expensive. Should I spend the money on a sawgrass, or would you recommend another to start off? Here's what I would say. And this is going to be, there are a few people that will be give a very different opinion on here. But here's my opinion. Coon Squad is big on Sawgrass. I've had Sawgrass. Great tech support, but here's where I'm at. I'm big on Epson. Epson's cheaper. On the bigger stuff now, Epson has got a beat on cost and everything else. I know Goon Life loves his, nothing against it. There's a lot of people that do have them, and they work great. And like he said, Epson makes their print heads anyways. The advantage on, and I'll go through both. I've used, like Matt said, I don't use the TX. I use I've got the Epson 1500, or 15,000, like Matt Grinder just said. I've got the 15,000, I've got 570, and I've got a 6040 Epsons. And them are the ones I still have. I had other printers, but them are the ones I use for sublimation. Depending on your price, here's the nice thing. Epson's inks are like a fraction of what Sawgrass inks are. So especially if you're doing a lot of stuff. Now, depending what size you're looking at, so if you're wanting something, you're only going to do an 8.5 by 11. Yeah, I'm reading, sorry, but yeah, I don't want to, the conversion kits and all that. Something breaks and Sawgrass will replace it. That's why. Yeah, I understand, Goon Squad. I know your point. The other thing nice though too, Goon Squad, is like with the certified Epsons. Like, here's the difference. I'm just getting ready to say. Let me read Raj real quick. That's right, Juan. I put them next to each other, and I'm printing 48. Yeah. Now here's what I was gonna say. Just like Levitt Apparel. You can use something like the 7710s and convert them. Goon Squad, his point is he doesn't want to convert it. If something breaks, it's not under warranty. Here's the way to go. If you want a warranty printer, there's two options. You're either going to go Sawgrass, you're going to go Epson, but you got to go Epson F170, which it only prints a 8.5 by 11 paper. So if you're needing something that size, that's what I would go with. On the price ranges, Goon Squad, what size do you have on yours? I think he's got the 13 by 19 also. But if here's the thing, the F170 is $399. It's kind of pricey on there, but and that's the roll GS24. Do you know of a better option? Cut Studio. I have zero luck. So have you tried Flexi ends? I love Flexi. For some of the things, like Juan's a Flexi genius. They do have plugins also, and a lot of them are free. You just got to find them. So if you use like an AI plugin for Photoshop and all that, that would work also too. But back to the printer thing. Okay, Goon Lights is 11 by 17. That's the biggest one. Okay, and then minus says I'd like at least 12 by 12. So here's where you're at on that when you go that size. Minus 2 tonsils. You've got two choices. If you want a non-backed printer, you can do the Epson 15,000, which you have to buy the ink either for the F170 or the 570. They're both the same. They're T49M each. They're a bigger volume than you would compared to Cosmo and all that. So you're going to have to buy their ink. You take the head off. I've got videos on it. You take the ink cap off because they've got a special capping station to dump the ink in. But you don't have to convert them. They're all the same. The other option, though, if you're going something like a 13 by 19, like Goon Squad just threw that 13 by 19 up also. So the Sawgrass, it is roughly about $1,000 Goon Squad for the Sawgrass 1000. And so the next option, if you want to go with a licensed Epson product and you need at least a 13 by 19, they don't have one 13 by 19. The 170 is only 8.5 by 11. The 15,000, they do not warranty it that way. So if you run into issues, you're on your own. If you want the Epson back in, the next thing will be the 570. The 570s are $2,500. The nice thing is the volume of stuff they give you too. Again, then he just said, for the 13 by 19s, they require expensive tray. The Sawgrass 800 is $1,600, and that's what I was gonna say. Because like, here's the thing: the Sawgrass 800 is $1,600. So roughly about $1,000 difference between the 570 and that. And what you're gonna run into though, is there's $1,000 difference, but you can do 24 inches. So that's a big game changer, 24 compared to 13 by 19. The other difference too is the cost of ink. And Goon Squad can throw that up there too, because he's got ink sitting on the shelves in his videos, because you always want to have ink ready to go with them, and he does. The difference per liter, if you take out the cost of how much each cartridge is compared to the bulk, for the Epson, I don't have it here. It's, and Juan can chime in on the volume. The Epson is per liter. It's like it's $29 for a little bottle of it. Yeah, $80 for 29 milliliters. The Epson is Epson M49T. Or T49ME. So right here, just pulled it up. Okay, so Goon Squad just said $160 for 67 milliliters. T49M ink is what Epson uses, and it's 140 milliliters. Let me get this to focus. 147 milliliters, and it is right now it's on sale. It's normally like right now it's $17.99. It's $24.99. So you're getting twice the ink for a fraction of the cost. And so that's the thing with that. The ink price, hands down, that $1,000 more. The other thing too, Epson gives you roll paper. The roll paper is beyond cheap. It's like crazy how cheap it is. Even my 44-inch printer, I think, is $100 for a roll of the 44 by 300 feet, which is dirt cheap. I mean, you're on the cost of normal printer paper price for that. So it's kind of, I'm back. I just exposed a pocket print on the wrong side of the screen. That's not fun, Gus. But so that's the other thing too. What I do, JVM, some of them I separate. I used to, and I still got the software. It is by TSEPs, but the one I would recommend, I would not recommend Accurate. Matt said he's going to have his out the 5th of this month, and Matt's before the price that he said, I mean, it's going to be a lot cheaper than Accurate also. Matt's software is pretty impressive. It's based on kind of like how TSEPs does theirs and Accurate does theirs. But he lets you use off-the-shelf inks, so you don't have to buy special inks. Cost is going to be a lot better. He hasn't told me a price, so I can't give you a price on it. I can tell you TSEPs is, I think, $3.99 right now. They always do the updates, but you got to pay for updates. But it's got a lot of features in that. Like, for instance, when you're doing skin tones, you're going to use browns and some other colors. Or if you're doing a lot of forest scenes or water scenes, you can adjust it out. It works good. Like I said, I haven't got to use Matt's. From what I've seen of Matt's, Matt's is for the price that he said before. I think Matt's is going to be pretty impressive, especially for people that's never had to do separations before. He does a lot of the stuff that helped him make them come out good. It's all the steps put in there. So, Yeah, being Pam, I'm always here. You know how I am. I don't believe in an hour-long show. I like giving people their money worth for the shows. uh, and then minus, yeah, the Sawgrass price is putting me off. So I'm thinking of an Epson. So the the company's the 15,000. Yeah, that 15,000 is the ET 15,000 Epson. I got lots of videos on it because I bought one when they first came out about a year and a half ago. I did a lot of videos on it. So if you want to see them videos minus, check them out. I go through how to convert it because the difference with that, you buy that Epson ink, the T49ME, because they don't sell it with it. And all you do is unscrew the caps. I go through, show you how to do all that. The downside, they do not support it. So, like, let's say the print head goes on it, they're not going to cover it. You're on your own on that. As long as you keep that machine running and kind of just do head cleans and all that, use the Epson ink. Don't use the other aftermarket inks, like Cosmos and all that, just because their inks, I don't. The cost of that ink, Epson's cheaper. Let's just say that. So for that purpose, go with the Epson ink, and you should be fine. You might have to adjust your color profile a little bit over time, just because it might tweak a little bit depending on the paper you use and how long you've been running the stuff. But in general, so far, I haven't had any major issues with it. You can also do, if you want to do a conversion to buy the ink cartridges and the other stuff, you can use, what was it, 7710 that someone posted. The problem with that stuff is that printers are getting more scarce and scarce. So some people are putting a higher premium on them. Or if you do like the Epson 1430, people are selling them things $500-$600 now, and they weren't that much new even. So I mean, I would go if especially the price. If you want a 13 by 19, the cheapest and best route is go to Epson ET 15,000. That's the one I would go with personally. If you don't mind dealing with, like I said, because there is no maintenance or there is no retrofitting, you just dump the ink in. So with that being said, that's what I would go. And then N said he loves Accurate. The Accurate's not bad. I just don't like the price of Accurate. Like I said, I've tried them all. And then depends too. See if you're using Corel Draw and you've got that other one that guy made. Works great. I'm not a Corel person though, so I will stay away from the other one. But I have used their online one. It wasn't too bad either, the free one. Gus, I just printed the underneath and then tell them to wear the shirts inside out. That is the best way to do it, Rye. See, Rye is very creative on that. Now we can just find a way, Rye, to salvage them hoodies. I think we're good. And I use SEP Studios at a Ryanet class. Seems great. Same guys that make Accurate, called Freehand Graphics out of Long Island. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, because the one like Ryanet class, all they're doing, and even like the TSEPs guy that I'm talking about, he's using another program too, and they just pretty much let him rebrand it with his name. And that's what a lot of them do, is they let you do that if you're a big enough company. And like I said, it's not bad. I'm just not big on the price. Matt used to use that a bunch. Shots fired, Lily says. So like I said, but that's what, and I don't have it in front of me, but what's the price of the Accurate pens? What is it, like $4.99? I think it is. And minus says the other Epson to check out. I'll check out your 15-7 videos. Thanks. Yeah. The other. Okay. That guy's being thrown in the. Yeah, we've got a bunch of bad people again. I think I'm pulling them off left and right here. By people, oh well, there's some haters everywhere in this world. The other Epson to check out is the 7710 or 7730. That one you're going to have to buy a bulk ink system, or you're going to have to buy cartridges to convert it. You can still use Epson ink. It's an older model they discontinued right now, so you've got to find them other places. The other one, if Juan's still on here, which I haven't seen him post or say anything in a while. There he goes. Juan can tell you another printer. He just bought 3 of them, but he's waiting for them. What's the size on them printers you got, Juan, that you ordered? Will they do a 13 by 19 or are they just 8.5 by 11? BM Pam says, I was planning on going to Atlantic City, but since the dates have changed, I've got to get an adult care for my daughter again. Yeah, that's my only thing too, BM Pam, is like how they keep changing the dates. I'm not big on that. I don't like how they keep changing them. I mean, my schedule I can adjust, but other people can't. So that's what I don't like when they cancel these or they change them. I understand why they're doing it, but I'm just not big on it. JBM said, I accidentally registered for the ISS Atlantic City tonight. I was trying to see if they would tell me the price after filling out my information. See, JBM, the big thing too, though, they should let you pre-register and not charge you. I've never paid to go to any of them shows. As long as you pre-register early enough, then you don't have to really worry about it. But like now, if you take classes, you got to pay. I've took classes back in the day. Some of them are good, but I'm not really big on some of that. Okay, and then Juan said he's got the 2720s are only 8.5 by 11. Then says got to use Epson 1400 with Accurate for 150, barely used. Yeah, the program's more than that, so normally what he paid for that, he got on his money back. Okay, cool. Yeah, JB, I'm like you still want you got to register I think a month or two before. If not, a lot of your vendors like NASDAR, for instance, for me, they'll send me a thing saying if I hadn't registered to use their link to get a free registration if it's already passed. But normally, it's as long as you get it done early, it's cool. Where are your mods at? What do you mean mods? You mean the people? Oh, I've got Ryan Wan doing it because some of these other people tonight. It's been crazy. Normally, it's not bad. Apparently it's hate on Waldo night. I guess it is what it is. I mean, it's part of it. Doesn't bother me. Thank you, everyone. Yeah, for Kydex, I need a bigger than the letter size. And have some decisions to make. Yeah, minus that's the big thing is I will say this: you get a big enough printer, you will not regret going bigger on the printers later on. It's just part of it. Like Juan will tell you and all that. Juan ended up going with the 24-inch 570. It opens the door for so much more because what happens once you start doing the Kydex stuff, you might find out and say, hey, someone wants a full color shirt. So you can panel the stuff together and do that. 13 by 19, you can too. It's just a lot more paper to panel and it can be tricky. But you'll find that you can use them printers and presses for other things. Like I said, over there is air freshener blanks. And they're pretty much a standard size paper size, but it opens the doors for other things because let's say you're doing the Kydex stuff for them. Well, there's other stuff like air fresheners you could sell them, T-shirts you could sell them. You can sell them. This is a tumbler. This one is from Juan actually. I sell the tumblers in blanks at bananasandpickles.com. But this is a tumbler that Juan did up for me. This is the Texas Skyline. That is Texas, but it's Waco's Skyline, the river down there. Juan vandalized the river and tagged his logo on the thing. But yeah, there's so much more you can do. You can do mask. And you don't need the bigger one for like the mask and all that or the tumblers, but it always helps. You can fit more on there. Yeah, and it's like I keep putting them in the first I did the timeout because I thought it was a mess up on his thing that he typed, and then after that I just booted him. It's just I don't know why. I mean, I definitely don't have the followers like Juan or Ida, so I don't know why people's bugging me, but it is what it is. I mean, I guess I got nothing better to do. I don't even know how I would pull up on their following page of people to follow, but I guess it makes them feel better, then more power to them. I mean, yeah, and that's the other thing too. Minus so the gun thing's really big. Worked in a lot of industries. I don't post all that on here, but the other thing too is like you could do them, and there's people. I can't think of their page right now. That's all they do. They make a lot of money off doing the kydex, where they do the full custom ones. And like I said, there are other stuff besides, of course, the kydex you can do, but it opens the doors too because there's so much more product that you can offer people when you're able to do that. So like literally like the mask, for instance, I do the mask and all that. So when I go into these places, I can always say, hey, you need promotional items, tumblers, shirts, and all this other stuff. And like I said, even at the gun things, you can set up and print shirts for them. You can supplement the shirts. You can do a lot more stuff that you couldn't do. And like I said, there's not many people out there doing the kydex stuff. So it makes it kind of nice. Like, for instance, on the tumbler industry, the mask industry, there's a lot of people that print them. So it can be kind of cutthroat. But when you do a lot of other items, you can offer more stuff that other people don't. So for me, for instance, we do just about we can offer our customers just about anything they need done. So the advantage of that is we're like a one-stop shop. You can do socks. I've got a pair of socks. I think they're old as can be, and the print looks horrible. And I've been wearing it, but this was the Cheetos Flamin' Hot Ranch socks I made. So like I said, you can do a lot more stuff. Now I can't get my sock in without my special sock thing because I'm fat. But you can use them and do other things with them. And pretty much, like I said, it opens up other doors for other things you can do. It's just a matter of getting everything set up to run it how you want. So I hope that helped on that. Yeah, wanted it was the Waco, Texas. Yeah, it says it right there. Apparently, I didn't read it. It says Waco, Texas. So, and guys, if you look close, that little dot right there, where the light's on, there's Juan's house. Believe it or not, you can see his house from the river there. Just so you know, shameless plug. So if you go to that river, it's 8.5 miles north. Is it north or southwest, whatever? He's 8.5 miles from there. So go there and you can find where Juan lives, guys. No. If you can't find him there, go to the Home Depot. But like I said, it's you can do a lot of things like that. And like I said, it's the industry is very broad on stuff, and that's one of the things why like I do videos because I don't worry about people competing against me. There's always enough business out there. And like I said, you can always learn from other people, and you can always there's always other people to help. Like literally, when I sold my embroidery machines, I hated embroidery. I literally contacted Juan here and had Juan do my hats back in the day. When he was starting out, I was one of his earlier followers too. I mean, that's a nice thing with big groups and media stuff like that. There's always someone that can help you or find someone out. Hey Stan, thanks for the super chat. When are you going to do? I know this is the question that everyone was asking. When are you going to do the video on your shirts? I don't know if you've seen Juan's video. Juan actually did his video. He did 80 shirts in 31 minutes. I don't know if you got to see that. He did it live. It was Thursday night. I think it was Thursday night or Friday night. Minus says, that's where I found your channel, Liberty was saying. The shrink wrap sleeves. Yeah, Minus. Yeah, we sell just, we do everything. I've got my one store, and then like I said, I got my other stores. So we do a lot of other stuff. But like I said, it's kind of, and like I said, Juan buys stuff from me, I buy stuff from him. It's kind of nice when you have the people like that. Okay. When I get back, my store should be done. I'll take care of them when I get everything set up in the new store. You guys have fun. All right. It's good seeing you, Sam. Thanks for the super chat also. Be safe in your travels too. I know you're in Cali right now, I think it is. Now, this is probably the best photo I think I've seen. Just so you guys know, if you look close, Rye has even visited Goon Squad. Rye was in the other room when Squad was making the video. He was looking around the corner. So this is like a Where's Waldo of screen printing. Rye tends to pop up almost everywhere in everyone's stuff. So just keep an eye out for him, guys. He will pop up in your videos in your shop without you even knowing. I don't know if Goon Squad's here still to see that or not. The Goon Life, I'm sorry. Did you see that Goon Life, the photo I sent or told you? Hey Goon Life, this is what I was saying. I was even at your shop the other day. I don't know if you knew you were recording. You were looking around the corner. Minus two says I don't believe in competition. There's more than enough business for everyone there. For everyone, not everyone is made to run businesses though. I try to help people if I can. Yeah, that's the big thing. It's like everyone's got different skills. Like I know people that when I did engineering work, a lot of stuff. Great engineers, they couldn't lead a team to get that into production though. They were just good at coming up with the ideas, but they weren't good at implementing it or working out even production on it. Because just because you have the greatest idea, if it can't be produced, it just sits there. So there are people that are better than other things. There are some people that are really good with things and they're not good at other things. That's I'm always big at. You can always learn from other people, and you can always kind of better yourself from that. Hey, Goon Life. What he ended up saying, because I don't know if he's still on here. He said he's on the road right now, and he's going to do the video for Juan when he gets back. He said his shop should be done. Rye said I was there at his shop, the Goon Life shop. Yes, he was. And here's what I'll say, Goon Life: the guy that broke your window is in that photo. Because look, he broke the window to get in to do that, and then he ran back out. And since he's so small, the bars you got on the doors and windows, he just slid right through there. Um, JB said, "I'm trying to run my printing business by the end of the year. Trying to run my printing business by the end of the year this year. My job just has over 300 layoffs yesterday. Yeah, that's the thing too. Depending what industry you're in, there's a lot of companies that are laying people off still, cutting them back. Um, One of the companies I work in is the gas and oil industry. And you need fuel to run your vehicles, but a lot of these, like the pipeline thing and all that, we took a big hit just because with them not building, we already that line that they stopped already. We already sold all the product to them, so it's not. It's like you buy it, it's yours. We don't have to worry about that. But the thing is, we always look for support down the line because equipment goes bad and it's got to be maintenance and new stuff put in, old stuff rebuilt. And with them not running that line, we won't get the return customers, I guess you'd say. And there's other people in the industry that even like people like your air conditioners, all that. We make pumps for the Freon, our 13, our 14. We make pumps that do everything. Pump fuels, gases, anything you could think of. So what happens is even with this industry like that, people cut back on how they're maintaining them. People cut back on buying some of the equipment. And people are more cautious on when they spend their money. So industries get hit big time. The nice thing when you're self-employed, depending what industry you're in, like I said, we took a little hit this year at the beginning, or for the last year, I guess. We took a hit at the beginning of the last year when the COVID hit, because we lost a lot of our schools and we lost a lot of our sport teams. The thing is you always got to look at other industries and other markets. Like my big thing is never keep all your eggs in one basket. So what we ended up doing, like I said, literally the mask, and even of course the bananas and pickles, it helps also. But you look at the other markets. So now then, when we went into these businesses where we were selling them shirts, they're still buying shirts when the factories are running. So what we did, we do printing and all that. So we're like, hey, you need some stay 6 feet back signs now. You need some masks for your customers. You need hand sanitizer. Then so we did fulfillments on a lot of that stuff that we normally wouldn't do, because they're not putting stickers on bill or stay 6 feet back before. But now that this is there, they had to do a lot of that stuff. So we reached out to the other markets that we normally wouldn't have done. And that's one of the things too. Not everyone JBM is going to have, for instance, sticker machines, banner machines. The nice thing, there's wholesale places online that you can actually use, and they give you really good prices. Like Juan will tell you, Juan had a big large format printer, and he'll even tell you, it's like the price for some of the banners that I was getting. It is literally at the end, from running that banner on your own equipment to running it there, you're talking like $1 or $2 difference tops. And so the plus side is, by them doing it, if they had a head strike with the machine, if something messed up when they were riveting it or sewing it, they're going to fix it and send you a new one. If you messed up on your own, then you just ate the cost difference. But you don't even have to have the equipment to do all that. You can actually some of this work out to these other companies, like the stickers and all. If you don't have stickers, there's everyone on here that does stickers, graphics does. Another people to go check out, G6 Customs, guys. They do amazing stuff, great work, great people. Hit them guys up. They want a printer plotter rolling at the last ISS back in Long Beach, and literally they've been killing it. They've got another Mamaki that they bought after that, so they're doing they're making these big leaps and bounds steps, guys. They're moving up. They're doing good. Perfect example. Mike just hopped on here from NovaWorks. Mike does wedding floors. Look into the other markets. Even though like JBM, where you mostly do the printing, and where you're going to go full time. Like I said, you might never have thought to sell someone a dance floor with the wrap, but look online, see how it's done. A lot of them, like for instance, like NovaWorks, that you normally just have the logo in the middle, so it's not the simplest thing to do your first one, but you can learn. You can pick some of these trades up, and so you can have someone print it for you, throw it on the floor, make nice little cheddar on the side. That's the big thing. And like perfect example, like Goon Squad guys. Him and Juan both have lasers. I have lasers. If, for instance, and I know he's got one customer already that he's got from YouTube, and literally he just posted a thing, so I'm gonna post it. But like for instance, if you need, let's say you want leather patches done, guys, which my machines, we use other stuff on them, they're kind of dirty. I will probably hit Goon Squad up in the next month or so, guys, and do a little review. I'm gonna buy some patches from them. But like here's the other thing, guys. Like if customer comes like, hey, I want some patches done. If you don't have a laser machine to do them and they're not embroidery patches, someone like Juan or Goon Life, hit them up. They've got pricing. Like here's what he says. I have sticker promos coming up. 1K for 100K 4x4 vinyl stickers, 150 for end users, wholesale 75 OBO or best offer. Yeah, and like I said, that's the thing, guys, is like even if you don't have your equipment, like C Block, I know we've talked before, like he's getting into stuff. So not everyone's got full on equipment. Not everyone's got autos. Not everyone's got even screen printing machines. They're just learning. Even like the sublimation where Minus was talking about that, which one to get into. If you got a heat press, let's say you had one from cut vinyl, there's people that will do the sublimation transfers for you. Buy them, do it that way, and get your foot in the door on some of these other ones. Once it'll be right back, guys. So that by getting your foot in the door, you can expand into these other markets. That's what I did originally. What I ended up doing though is contracting some of it out, and then I ended up buying my equipment. I will say this: I had Mamakis go down on me, and like literally expensive printers. Didn't have backup, so without me subbing it out, I would have gone under on some of these jobs. So the other nice thing too is by using these other printers, you can see and feel out the market, see how well you're going to do to see if it's worth you buying this equipment, because like 48-inch printers aren't cheap to do solvent printing. Like Mike will tell you on here too. I mean, they're expensive equipment, and then the plotters and all that to cut that. So you might not want to jump in and buy that stuff. But the nice thing is yeah, like here you go, guys. The print has stuff too. You have CNC machines, CO2 lasers, large format printing, commercial label printers, and all that. And that's the thing too, is like you can hit all of these other people up, like Goonlife's. He runs a rolling solvent printer. These things aren't cheap, but like if you don't have them, there's so many people in this forum. That's why I always tell you guys, follow these other people. There's people on here that will work for you guys if you send them the artwork and all that. So the nice thing is, find some of these people here. Some of them might be close. Literally, when one of my autos went down, when I snapped my first ankle, because I've snapped both of my Achilles and I had to have surgery on them twice. My auto went down, so I couldn't maintenance it myself. And I normally do all the maintenance work on my own equipment, and we were running way behind. So what I ended up doing is I used Vega23. He's a good friend of mine. I helped him get his machines up and running. And so literally we subbed Vega out to do the other printing because we couldn't, we only had the one auto running that time, and we had, I think it was 500 or 600 shirts that had to be done that week. So literally I shipped the stuff, had to drop ship to Vega because everyone buys their shirts wholesale. And so literally I just told them to ship them to there, and then I paid the shipping freight back. Cost a little money on the shipping. At the end of the day, I still made money and got my shirts done. Vega did the samples and all that, made sure the Pantone colors matched what I needed to make sure it was the same print that we were putting out in my shop. But literally just Vega shipped them, was good to go, and then literally dropped them off with the customer and didn't miss a beat. So that is a big thing. Like the print says here, guys, network and save money. And that's the big thing. And like Goose Squad said, it's like, because that's the big thing. Not everyone will have that stuff. Like I said, I've spent a lot of money on stuff, and I still spend money on equipment. And you'll never have enough stuff. You'll always want more equipment. You always find new things. And there's equipment that I've bought that we've used 1 or 2 times and we'll never use again. Some equipment I wish I wouldn't have bought. Other ones I wish I did. Ship my tumblers. Everything that's ordered is all shipped out right now. So, but yeah, that's the big thing too, is like, you can always find other people that if you don't have it, that they might have the equipment. And like I said, and I follow this other print guy on there. He bought a printing machine, a piece of equipment, and he used it for one job. He thought they were going to have multiple return customers. They never did. So he spent all that money. He could have actually subbed it out, like he was saying. And if the more jobs came in, he could have bought it after. I mean, so like sticker machines, guys, don't go out and buy one. I mean, if you got the money laying around and you're not doing nothing, yeah, that's fine. But if you're just starting out and you don't want to invest a lot of money, hit some of these people up on here. They've got the equipment. They do that. Like JBM, literally, he used Graphics Warehouse. Graphics Warehouse did a giveaway, I don't know, a few weeks back on one of my lives. And JB wants some stickers. He's a repeat customer now. He ordered more from him because he wanted some stickers. He liked the quality. That's the thing, is like, you can find these people out. You can use them. You can send them other work back and forth. and it works great. The other thing too, if you run into issues with equipment, it's always nice too that some of these other people, like perfect example, Good Life was asking the print house what CO2 laser he has. And that's one of the things, like I've had Universal, I've had man, what is it? I did the other video on it. I've had Chinese knockoffs and I've had top of the line. I can't think of my other one. But anyways, I've had a bunch. I've had CO2 lasers. I've had fiber lasers. I've got YAG lasers. Epilogue, that was my other one. Thank you so much, Goon Life. And I will say this: there's different speeds in them. If you go with a servo, for instance, like Goon Life has, extremely fast compared to a stepper. Depending on what you're doing, if you go galvo systems, it blows out even gantry systems. Depends on what you're cutting, what you're doing, and what you're marking. They all have perfect advantages and disadvantages. Like for instance, my fiber lasers will not touch that stuff up there. It's not because it's poisonous; it just doesn't penetrate. Um, every laser is on a different wavelength, just so you know. So a CO2, I think it's like a 1090 on the wavelength or something like that. And then like a fiber is going to be, I want to say like an eight something wavelength. And so what happens, some things like for instance, a fiber laser just goes right through glass. You cannot etch it with the fiber laser. You cannot do nothing. You put a piece of metal in there and you can engrave and cut and do all you want with it. So it kind of goes, one of the ways, like it just depends on what you need to do, what you need to cut. One of the things, like I said too, in one of the other videos, the little, like he was saying, just a 50-watt Chinese laser, 4 years on the same tube. It's really good to print, because tubes normally, I know, like depending on how low you take them tubes, I normally I don't get my tubes to go that long normally. Oh boy. This is the best one yet, guys. Hands down. Yep. Hope you guys can see that one. But yeah, one of the other videos I was gonna do, it works 90-watt CO2 laser, 5 years, but on my second too. But that's what I was gonna say. Like now, what Good Life will tell you, he's running a enclosed CO2 laser. It's a metal encapsulated. They are refillable. Glass tubes are not. Cannot refill a glass tube laser. The other thing too, the life is 5 to 10 years on a seal tube, but they do not leak out through the time. So if you don't use it, it's not like on a CO2 where Rye takes the best, and F off Waldo, F you off, and F you Waldo in Cam's voice. Rye is really good if you want funny designs made. No, but what I was saying too is the difference too is the cost also between like an Epilogue or Universal laser. They're not cheap. There's pluses and minuses to having that, and it's just like we were saying, like the support on things, on the Epson and all that. I've ran them both. I will say for speed, I like the American. I like the enclosed Chinese tube lasers. Yeah, and that's what I was just gonna say too. Where Good Life said, here's the other difference on a 100-watt sealed tube laser. You can run it at 100% power. If you run for instance, in like a glass tube laser, they are close, and you got, depending what company you buy, like if you buy a Reddit laser tube, and put it in there, they guarantee theirs to be at least plus 10%. So if it's 50 or if it's 100 watt, it's gonna be 110 at least on their power. The problem is you cannot run a glass tube at 100%. It will not hold up that long. A enclosed CO2 laser, you can run at 100%. The other thing too, you don't run coolant water on an enclosed one. It's got its own cooling system with it built in. It's not liquid cooled. It's more or less air cooled. I've got the fan I took on my last one that I sold, and literally kept it and put it at the end of the conveyor dryer to blow the shirts off. And like Goon Life's in my laser tubes on 5 years now. The print said only a couple hundred for a CO2 tube. For me, I bought backup, but it's been sitting 2 years. And on the downside, the print, that tube, when it sits that long, is going to be depleted some when you hook it up, because the thing with the tube, if you on them, they will deplete. The gas will slowly escape over time. And the longer it sits, the more it's going to deplete. And then, like Gulai said, his is $2,500 for the recharge. And that's what I was going to say. That's the thing too. The cost to recharge them is pretty pricey. The nice thing too, though, is there's plus and minuses to both. Like I said, I've got both. I use both. And I've got, like I said, the fibers and all that too. Everything's got their own pluses and minuses. I will be buying probably a little $1,000, $500,000 laser printer, or not laser printer, laser cutter, just to do some videos to show people how you can customize air fresheners with these. And you don't need to spin an arm and leg. You don't need the high end ones. All you do is a contour cut. So I got videos coming up of that we're gonna buy just to show you guys things you can do with that. Protec is another one. That, like he just said, they've got, like I said, they're running servos on them things. Them things fly. But like I said, the crazy thing too, even with them flying that quick on the gantry, if you go with the Galvo system where they have the literally mirrors, and it's just they turn the mirrors to move the laser in different directions, they move way quicker. And them are even faster. The downside, you can use CO2 on them if you have the right setup and all that. The downside, it's tricky on them because how they do that, CO2, you need that set height. It changes the height angle with the Galvo system. They do have them though. A lot of people on that though, if you want the faster speed, like we used to do the derby covers all the time for the motorcycle covers. And so what we would do is literally we get them chrome and they would be black anodized. So what we would have to do is we would run the prints. When you do, as you guys know from using chrome, you got to put Surmark or Molly on there. You got to put other coatings on there to get the black look. With fiber lasers, you don't have to do that. Well, the problem is the burn time. Even though that head can fly that quick, that speed doesn't. You don't use the speed when you're doing the dark marking because you need the heat and you got to slow it down. So for an anodized one, we could run them. Our average was a minute to minute and a half per derby cover. When we did the chrome ones, we were 5 to 8 minutes minimum. So the speed is insanely long on a CO2 on that. So what we ended up doing, we took the YAG lasers and did the same thing, and it destroyed them then on speed time and all that. But the other difference too, you will get a slight difference whiteness. Like you will never get the same whiteness using a CO2 as you do a fiber or a YAG laser. You get really nice prints, but it's not the same when you see the difference between them. The difference too, like I said, that fiber laser is not going to even touch even this right here. That is poly material. Let me grab them because the fresh was asking. But this stuff right here, guys, one video on it. These are some of the air fresheners we have. The air freshener blends. I've got videos in the thing if you haven't seen them, the house print. So all you do is supplement to either side. And what you can do also, though, you can either pre-cut these with the laser, so you can cut them in little rectangles. You can take scissors and cut these in the standard square shapes. Hole punch and put your air line, your air thing, and then we also send the elastic with it, so you can tie them up. The nice thing, which Juan did the video also sent me on, we actually took and cut my bananas and pickle logos, and we cut them in the shapes of the banana and pickle. And so you can customize it. And so that's something, it's crazy money. We actually sell the blanks to some major companies that do custom air fresheners, but this is some free information, guys. Especially you guys that got lasers. Not that you got to buy my product. You can buy air freshener blanks from anybody, but we do have them at our website, Bananas and Pickles. But literally, we'll have people that will send their photo of their car. So we go to a lot of club things like Import Alliance, which is a car meet. And then like you guys got lowrider shows out in the coast. People like to have custom air fresheners or like to have their car or their significant other. So on Valentine's Day, like you could have a photo of me on an air freshener. But what it is they send you the artwork or the photo of their car. You just drop the background out, and then literally you heat press it onto. You have already laser it, so you have the border, the hole, and all that, and you laser that, and then all you do is throw some of the oils on it, and it lasts not as long as like a commercial air freshener, but they last okay. You get a few weeks out of them, but you can refresh them. You just keep refreshing it. But people are big on getting custom air fresheners done. So like I said, you can do your logos, you can do other companies' things. You can put whatever smell on it. So the nice thing is you could cut this in the Christmas tree, and you could buy a poop smell if you wanted, make them smell like crap. So you can give someone a crappy air freshener, but or like bananas and pickle ones. I did them. We put some that actually smell like bananas and some that smell like pickles, like dill pickles. So we didn't send them anymore with the stuff when people order. The reason we don't is people are buying these masks, and you don't want this to make contact with the mask and then oils to get on the mask. And then let's say it smells like dill pickles the whole time they're wearing a mask. Not everyone wants that. I don't know why, but so we don't send them as gifts anymore in the things. But when people buy air fresheners, you can do that. And we've sent them just with the artwork on it so people can see. But it's one of the things. It's just another thing that you can do to make money with your lasers. Because like I said, now to cut these with the lasers, they fly right through it. To cut it with a fiber laser, you're not getting through this too easy. Just because this material does not work good with fiber lasers. CO2 lasers eat it up. You don't even need a lot of power or anything. But I don't expect the tube that came with my machine to last. Okay. I just explained that the print about the air fresheners. If there's any more questions, let me know. Can you plastisol print on the air fresheners? Yeah, and you could. It's polyester. It's hard to see the weave there. You can kind of see it. It's got a texture to it, so it's not super smooth. But yeah, you could supplement, or not supplement. You can supplement these. That's what they're made to do. You can supplement them, but you can screen print them. It would take screen printing ink. Heat press these at 400. They don't burn up. So you can run them through the dryer and all that. I will say this. You can see the curve on them. They will curve. If you ran it through the dryer, what would happen? It would curl it. Now, what you can do is just lay it and flip it back over and get it the curl back. If you ran it through a dryer to cure plastisol ink, it would curl a little bit, but you could get it to go back to shape. It's not that big a thing, but yeah, the print. That's the other thing too. Like I said, you don't even have to like supplement. These are great because it's simple. But if you don't supplement anymore, you can still silk or not. You can still screen print these. It's just more of a bigger market because like if you screen print the whole area, you've got to get the fragrance through the side then. So I mean, unless you did like a halftone print or something like that, but it actually works pretty good. Because like I said, we actually have customers that we have a very large company that that's all they do is custom air fresheners, and they've been doing it a little while. Trying to find some other companies that do it. Just because one company I told them I wouldn't say their name, so I'm just gonna find some. But here's like a perfect example. I mean, you can just do anything you can think of. You can put them on the air fresheners. And then, like I said, a lot of people, like here you go, Zella's, that online market thing. They actually charge for one air freshener. They got heart shapes and all that. These are printed ones. They charge $10 for a standard rectangle oval air freshener that they supplement. So I mean, it's kind of crazy the money that you can make off the air fresheners. And like I said, if you have a laser, the nice thing is like right here, people are doing stuff like these are $10 also. They're putting like people's faces or pets or animals. So you can make like a custom air freshener complete one that no one would be able to buy. And the profit margins are pretty nice on them, what you can end up making them for and what you profit off them for. And like I said, most of them this is just looking right here. Most of these people charge $10 for the custom ones. And like here's even one, like people did Drake air fresheners, Snoop Dogg air fresheners. But literally you can do any air freshener you want. So the nice thing with the laser is like the perfect example, like the Drake head here. You have a laser, you can cut that whole shape out and then you just supplement the print onto it. The bananas, which I don't have down here, we did it similar to this one. We had a white contour because Juan did the banana one for me. We left a little outline around it like that. You can take the print all the way to the edge if you want to when you're sublimating it though. But the nice thing with the laser, you can do that. The people that are buying these also, some people don't have a laser when they cut these. So literally this material will cut with scissors. So what some people are doing is they're doing this right here. They're just cutting them into the monograms or round or radius shapes and making whatever print they want sublimated. Because most people that buy the stuff off my website do sublimation. So then they can do little monograms and stuff like that on just that one. You can buy big enough hole punches also to do like the round ones too, or you can cut it out round also if you don't have a laser. But that's more of the stuff that you can do. There was another one that just popped up on here, which is a cool one. It was a bacon pattern, and I'm assuming it had bacon scent. So you can make custom bacon air fresheners. I'm a fat kid and I love bacon. So yeah, that's some of the other stuff you can do with it too. It's like the sky's the limit on stuff you can do. You just got to be creative and think outside the box on some of these things on the equipment you have. But yeah, it can work out really good. George says I'm just counting the days till daylight savings times roll around. Where yeah, George, that's the thing too. Like we have daylight savings in my state, and it's a big difference having that extra light at the end of the day. Like Juan will tell you, because I mean the downside, I'm still up usually 2, 3 in the morning a lot, where I deal with China and overseas companies, and that's their daytime, so I got to stay up a little bit. But even when it's more light out during the day, I can go out to the other shop and all that, and work some more out. I don't like getting back at dark for my one job, and then usually I'll run by the shop anyways and just make sure they got all the orders done. But I'm not going to stay and run work in there when it's dark out because you said I'm scared of the dark. But I just would rather have more light out there. So when it's daylight, I tend to stay more time over there after that. Wonder if you can lay them flat enough to DTG. Yeah, I don't have one in here, the print, but literally, like if you even throw this under a heat press, it flattens them right out. And literally, you can like for instance, the bottom ones all flat now. It's just I just got another shipment in, and it's how they box them. They put them in a thing, but you can put it in a heat press to get it to lay flat enough so that you could actually direct to garment print it. And like I said, the thing too is like what I would do is depending on the thing and how much you want to charge a customer, but you can do if you have lasers, you can do some crazy stuff with the blanks. like I said, you can run the laser on and do contour cutting, which you can't cut these with plotters. You need something like a laser or scissors. But like I said, you can do a lot with this. And then N says, if you supplement the air fresheners, will the scent still be blocked? I do not put the scent on ends until after they're all done. Because the thing is, they're oils. So if you press them oils, for one, it could block some of the sublimation ink from getting there. But the other thing too, it would actually off gas the oils, because I have a candle company, and what you end up having to do when you light it, you're burning that oil. That's what throws you. You can smell the candle to begin with, but the throw that you smell is when that oil is being burnt, so it throws it even further. So what would happen? You would actually burn a lot of the fragrance out. So you literally cut them, do all the stuff you're going to do, and then fragrance them at the very end. That's how they're normally done. The other thing too, you can buy the refill spray bottles and spray them and send them out that way, and it works great too. Mine says, I gotta run. Thanks for the great information. Nice meeting you all. Now I need a laser. You're gonna make me go broke. Yeah. Like I said, the other thing too, mine is you can contract some of these people out here that have lasers, and they got flat. Some people usually charge so much an hour, and some of this stuff. I mean, laser fees aren't cheap per hour. It's usually $60 to $80 an hour is what we charge on my shops for the lasers, more in the 80 range. But it's something like this. I mean, if you had a bunch cut, or if they're not charging the full hour, you can get a lot knocked out for that price. Good night, Nova Works. Good night, minus buy one, cry once, got it. Yeah, that's the thing too. It's not fun spending the money. I've got a lot of money tied up in equipment right now that's ain't even here, that I'm waiting for stuff. And it's not fun knowing that even tumblers, like I've got, I don't know, 2,000 tumblers right now that are coming this coming week, I think. But when I ordered them, I ordered before the Chinese New Year's, just so I could get them in time, because it shut down and then you got another month after that. But it's not fun. Like when I order stuff from China, knowing that I've got to wait a month to get stuff in, because that's money you tie up that you don't see that for a month. So it's kind of like a net 30 company or customer. But then the other thing too, once you get that product in, then you got to sell it. So if you don't sell it that first day, you're sitting on that money until it all sells. So some stuff, like tumblers move quick and all that, air fresheners move fairly quick. But for instance, let's say when I first started doing air fresheners, we just started putting them on the website. And the website that you can buy the stuff to print is I think that's about right. It's bananasandpickles.com, the print house. But like when I first, like I had these on, I didn't even put them on the site for a long time. And literally, I mean, I had, before we started selling to all the other people and all that, I probably had 1,000, 2,000 blanks sitting there that I didn't even sell for a month or two, because I didn't want to put them on the site then. And we had other people buying them and all that stuff. But it was one of the things that literally, and that's like, it's not a super expensive thing, but it's one of the things too, sitting on that much money that isn't moving, it's not fun knowing you got that much money tied up. Tumblers are a lot worse because of cost of tumblers, but like these aren't nothing compared to tumblers on price. But anything's not fun when you tie up money like that and it's not coming back right away. Like Juan said, I got 0 to 1. I'm hoping they're there Tuesday. One, that's what the tracking's saying. But like Juan said too, I mean, because he's out of tumblers right now, I supply him. And then I think I only got 8 tumblers left for me right now in the other room one. So that's why I haven't pushed them on the live until the other order gets here this coming week. But that's one of the things, like Juan will tell you too, is just waiting. Because even like I try to get wands out as quick as I can. But even for for me, like for instance, the ship to Juan, for instance, it takes 2 to 8 days, depending on how the weather is and everything else. And it can back things up. And like Juan Pay, oh yeah, I still got a bill hang for him too. But like Juan pays right away. Juan is a great person to work with. Most people I've dealt with on here are. But it's one of the things too is like the other ones that are coming in, I will have them at least a week or two. So it's not too bad, but to sit on that kind of money sometimes isn't fun. Like I said, because you're already kind of at a net 30 because they're not selling to at least 30 days. Because some people will pre-order stuff, most people don't. So on the other stuff, I sit here until the items get here before I can even sell them. And then when they get here, you don't sell them all that first day. Like masks, we keep loads of masks on stock. So if I went through and literally checked all my masks, I've got some random sizes that we don't really advertise online, but I guarantee you if I did count some of that stuff, some of them I've had probably 6 months, just because we don't sell them. So it's one of the things, like I said, it's kind of masks are cheap, so it's not a bad thing to get stuck with. But other stuff's not fun to get stuck with. Or like what I was saying earlier, like when we were talking about the screen. I've had this screen roll a while because I quit doing my own, and it's probably been sitting here for I hate to say it, but it's probably 6 years old. Which I mean, it's a mesh. It ain't been stretched, so it should be fine. But it's when I quit doing my own, I had it sitting here, and it's been sitting here ever since. So, like I said, the mesh isn't a cheap item to buy. So I mean, that's a little bit of money tied up there, but it is what it is. And Juan's tumblers will be there soon, I hope. I hope all that stuff helped, guys. I hope it's been kind of informative. Guys, if you haven't subscribed to some of the other people, hit up the House Print, hit up Liberty Graphics, hit up Ride Beats, hit up NovaWorks, guys. NovaWorks been making videos a long time. We did another cutter over this weekend. His new cutter. And so if you're looking at other equipment or even video reviews, hey, good having you on here, Jesse. Thanks so much for showing up. I usually tend to have long videos on this stuff. I've been trying to cut back, and I've been trying to keep things an hour, so I am going to hop off here in the next few minutes. So it'll be right around 3 hours. But yeah, guys, check some of these other out. Check Goon Life out. Goon Life does great stuff, guys. Got a lot of good videos. Like I said, check Juan out. Check which is Liberty Graphics Design. Liberty's been tearing it up. Guys, check out the upcoming video. Rye is challenging Liberty, and he's doing a live. I think he said Wednesday. He's going to be printing. So it's going to be good, guys. It's going to be interesting because he's doing it with plastisol, and he's doing it on a step stool. So, like I said, that's 100 steps up and down. I give him mad props, and it is going to be interesting. Don't count him out. And like the thing where everyone's saying about networking, it's good to network with other people because for one, it grows everyone else's channel and it doesn't hurt anything and it helps everyone out. And like I said, even like here where everyone else, like the House Print, Moon Life, they all got lasers. I've got lasers. Mom's got lasers. Everyone can use people for something else. Like the other thing too, before I did YouTube, and before I had all my other lasers that I have now, I've had issues where like I've had a tube crack on one of my gas ones. And the thing is when you buy like a Chinese laser, you don't get a tube overnight. So you have to have that stuff flown in. It takes a while. So literally, if you don't have people to source to, it can be kind of tricky. Luckily, I've been able to find people that I've been able to contract stuff out if something does happen. But it's one of the important things. Communicate with these other people, network, because someone can always do something else you can't do, and they might even do what you can do better, and you're better at something else. So you can always use their ability to help you out in other stuff. Like I said, when I snapped my ankle the first time, and it was before I even made videos, I helped Vega out getting his machines up and running, and literally, I called a few people that had the stuff. For instance, I didn't call Juan, nothing against Juan, but it was a job that you would not want to screen print manually. And then I knew the price couldn't be competitive because we needed quite a few. It was about 1,000 shirts done, hoodies, front and back, and sleeve print. So it was something that would had to been done on auto for the pricing, and so we used Vega on it. And like I said, there's people out here that can do this stuff if something happens. There's people out that will help out. And there's, like I said, everyone does other things. Like the print said, hit them up if you guys need some banner printing and all that. A lot of people do a lot of other things, so it's very helpful to market and meet with these other people. Just because they do other stuff that you might not do or you're looking into getting into. And to use someone to outsource will help you out. Like I said, never tell a customer you can't do something. Tell them, let me get back with you, see what I can do. Because a lot of times you can go on like some of these networks and all that and find people that do another product that you don't do, and they're very cost effective pricing. And you can use them to do the job to get this other jobs out there to make some money. Like I said, it doesn't hurt. It's not bad to do that. And like I said, sometimes too, the customer will be like, "Hey, you're overpriced," and that's because you're subbing it out, and that's fine. But you will have customers that will use you on some of these other things, and then by your offering all these other things, eventually you might say, "Hey, we're doing enough banners now. Where it's time for me to buy a banner machine." Like Juan said, Juan bought that stuff, doesn't use it enough anymore, and he's more comfortable now. He doesn't do the science stuff anymore. If he did, he would sub it out. And you find things too, like, hey, like for me, embroidery. I don't do embroidery no more. It's not worth me doing it, but I'll sub it out. And that's the thing too. You find people that it's worth doing. Other ones, you find stuff that it's better for you to sub it out. Other people, it's better for you to do it in house. You will find what your niches are, but like I said, it doesn't hurt to tell a customer, let me see what I can do on a pricing, because especially like where I'm at, like the one big city, there's a few shops. The small city, there's only one other shop, and we have places in both areas. So that small one, literally, I can sub out and destroy these other people, not even have to think twice on it, like a banner or something like that. Where the other shop, I can't send it out. I've got to print it myself because the price margin is that close. So, like I said, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But the other thing too, customers would rather buy at one shop, so they might pay you a little more because they're getting everything at one place. If they like the customer service, they'll come back. And like I said, so if you're always helpful with the people, if you offer everything. Another nice thing too is we always do a lot of things like, especially like where Juan gives out jackets and all that at the end of the year, which Juan, you know my size. So when you do that nice embroidery jacket that you have sitting in the back of your shop all the time for customers, if you do one for me, Juan. But like I said, stuff like these, we throw stuff in the bags, like something like an air freshener so they can see that. And it's just something that will catch their eye. So if they're looking to do like promotional items or something for school, it's another item that they can do. Like if you give them a tumbler, if they buy enough stuff, in the major scheme of things, tumblers are fairly cheap or mask. So like if you take a mask, let's say when you go out to eat, NovaWorks does this, so he can tell you about it. You print a mask. Let's say you eat at a Mexican restaurant a lot. Wear one of the masks. Take a mask in with their logo. Find their logo. Print it. When you go in, especially if you get to know the people, be like, hey, here you guys go. Here's the mask. And they might not have custom mask already, so they might be like, hey, that's interesting. What do you guys charge to do that? And you'll pick up a lot more contract and jobs that way. Like I said, some of it's just simple things by doing stuff that you wouldn't think, thinking outside of the box. Like a perfect example. Juan hooked me up with this. It's in this video. Now, I'm not telling everyone to send everyone tumblers. You can. But like the nice thing too, if you got a customer that buys a lot of stuff from you, make a custom tumbler for them, or make like even the other ones and put their logo or whatever on it if you're eating at the place a lot. Because the nice thing is they'll look at that and be like, hey, that's cool. How much do you charge for them? And like Juan will tell you, Juan does the cups for a lot of them restaurants with his lasers now. And you can pick up a lot of extra money that before you might not have even thought to offer cups to them, or they might not even thought to ask you about cups because they didn't know you could do that. And you can expand a lot and get a lot more business at a lot of these other places just by kind of thinking outside the box and occasionally giving a few things away. Like I said, I gave V and Pam that thing, bought a brand new one for the light thing just to be nice. I believe God rewards people, and I believe if you do good, good comes back to you. So occasionally, by me giving something out, it does good. It help my channel grow. So I mean, I can't complain. It grew my channel, grew my business on the other sides of things. So I mean, there's always stuff you can do. Like shirts are cheap in general. There you go, Juan. You got that 3X. I can wear that. Air horn for me. But it's one of the things, guys. And a perfect example. And not bragging about Juan Ride, JBS. They've sent me shirts. People send me shirts of their companies they had. This is one of mine today. But normally, like I wear Juan shirts in my videos. I wear Rye shirts in my videos. When you send stuff, like I said, it's people don't always think about it, but like when you print something, if you give a customer one or two extra little things like that, they're grateful. When I print stuff for my shop, I give it out to a lot of the people I know because it's free publicity. Yeah, shirts, $2. Fat kid shirts like mine are a little bit more, almost $3. But it's one of the things like the publicity you get from people wearing it, and like I don't have nowhere near the following Juan, Ryan, them have. But people do see the videos we joke about all the time. And they're like, I even buy the one, I bought the Rye shirt that Juan made. I actually paid for it. You can ask Juan. I sent money. But the thing is like when people promote other people, they see what you're wearing a lot of times. And it just helps out too. Like, so when you're going to a restaurant, if someone wore a shirt that you printed, and let's say it had your name on the sleeve or something, or you did a promotional thing, like where you do the Relay for Life things and all that stuff, we print for them. And then they'll have like the walk and runs and all that stuff. When your logo's on it, people see that stuff. Now they might not always buy, but people look at that and use that for references sometimes. Like, hey, I seen a print company on there, or hey, that guy gave me a free shirt, man. I'm gonna wear that. Like, even if someone only wears your shirt to work out in the yard, they're wearing that shirt. Someone sees it, and someone might ask about it, or be like, hey, where'd you get that shirt at the print company? Or I like that design. It's cool. And so it's hard to beat kind of free marketing like that. It's stuff that to me, that kind of marketing is the cheapest you can do, and you'll see some of the biggest rewards from that. Liberty said that. Yeah, I always do extra free stickers and extra stickers since the cheap overhead. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like when we do the sticker, like they might buy 100. I'm sitting here. We'll throw like because we look at it on the width that we're running and all that. So if it was something that, let's say we were only running on a 24-inch roll and we could fit 3 more stickers on there, we're going to run them three more stickers because for one, you're going to scrap that vinyl anyways. Two, the cost of vinyl is, like you said, is so cheap on that stuff. Even the ink that you put on it, the few extra stickers, you're talking pennies. And to give someone something extra, people get that warm, fuzzy feeling inside when you give them something extra and free. They're like, oh, I got this free. The thing like this, I didn't think Mom was gonna send me this. I joked, I was like, it's a cool print. I love that design. It's something cool. My cities don't have things like that. We got a Corvette museum, but it was kind of cool. And like, just for getting it free, it was like that old, nice, warm, fuzzy feeling. Like, oh, look, I got something. And like I said, it's just things like that, guys, that like people do pay attention to, especially customers. For any little extra thing, they like that. Or like you're like kind of like you just said, I get 5 to 10 extra transfers with orders. People always like that because even on something like a transfer, you mess them up pretty easy when they're first learning. And so like when someone's like, oh, I got an extra transfer, and they ruin that third transfer in because they didn't press it long enough, then they're like, oh man, I'm already short. Well, then they're like, hey, I got extra. People like that stuff. And like I said, it's the small things that make people come back. Like I said, you don't always have to be the cheapest. People will come back. There are, like I said, there are things like schools and all that are set price driven, and you're not going to get it beyond that. But even on a school, if you're like, hey, give the principal or someone extra shirt for free, they take notes of that and kind of pay attention to that. They're like, hey, them guys are kind of nice last time. They did a few extra things that went above and beyond. They did a banner for the front of the school, something like that, and they pay attention to that. People do. And like I said, so when people go to order next time, they're like, hey, them guys are really great to work with. Like we do any local shop or pretty much anything we do free delivery, except on shipping things. But even on that, we'll ship items anywhere. Like we ship shirts everywhere around the United States. But that's one of the things, like my local people, we deliver locally. They come to the shop, but literally we tell them, hey, once we're done, we put you on our little list. We got a list, so we don't usually run out every day, but usually it's every other day we're out around. So literally what we'll do is we'll drop your shirts off for free. And a lot of people like that, especially these big factories, because for them to have to spend time just on their HR or someone at work to come over and pick it up, it can be time consuming for them. So if they can literally get it dropped off and you eliminate all that problems, you bring it to them instead of them having to come to you between the hours that they're available. A lot of these people like this stuff. It's the little things that make the big impressions on these people. And so that's what you got to always kind of remember. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, like Dow's print. Even on a mess up print, like and everyone, I don't care who you are, you're gonna mess up a screen print in your life. A lot of times, especially if it's something like where we printed across here, we just use it as a shop rag. But if it's something where like it was small enough where we wouldn't send it out, but they probably wouldn't know, we set it aside and we give it to them as a mess up. And like, hey, we threw this in, these are mess ups. We kind of point out what we messed up on it or whatever. But a lot of times we'll give it to them also. And these people love that. People eat that stuff up to know they got something free or extra on the deal. Especially on promotional stuff, like when you're doing relays and runs and all that, then people are giving us shirts out anyway. So if you're like, hey, we had 10 mess ups, they're yours, you guys can have them. They're going to give them out anyways, and they're not going to even pay attention or care about it. And to them, like, hey, that's that many more shirts that we can make that much extra money off of. So, I mean, that's the way kind of I look at it anyway. Like Juan's big at it too. Juan gives a lot of stuff out. And then what Juan does also is even the mess ups. Like there are my hats that I've ordered that we just there was stuff wrong with them, and they're in Mexico right now. Juan gives them out to charity groups to help them out. So he gives the shirts to all these organizations also. So there are many things you can do like that. And like I said, it's beneficial to a lot of people. So even if you don't give it to the company that was printed for, it's helping someone else out. And like I said, Juan does that. Great guy and helps a lot of people. So that's kind of where I'm at. And that's kind of what it's pretty much all I got for tonight. It's been on 3 hours now. Hopefully next time I will be back on my other camera. I had it set up and then I don't know. I don't know how to get all that set up correctly all the time. So hopefully the next time we'll be back with the better camera, not the laptop one again. We'll see, and hopefully I get it all buttoned up good. Thank you guys for subscribing. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Remember, guys, if we hit 2,000 subscribers by March 31st, I'll give a plotter out. So if you're not subscribed already, guys, subscribe. I do the yeah, that's a perfect thing. And then great having you guys on that too. But yeah, guys, if you haven't subscribed, subscribe. Hit the thumbs up if you want. It's up to you guys. It does help the thing, but I don't care either way. It's up to you guys. I'm grateful that everyone did show up. Grateful for the followers. Like I said, subscribe to everyone else if you haven't already. It's a lot of great people on here. And like I said, they're good all around people. Oh yeah, one last thing since BM Pam's still on here. I bought another one also. So yours is on the way, BM Pam, but this is what the light looks like. I bought another one just to have it. Looks like this. Of course, you move this out of the way. And it's the 100 watt BM Pam, so it's plenty enough to do your exposures. You'll probably, depending what emulsion you use, you're going to be less than 30 seconds for sure. I'm thinking like if you're using the emulsion I use, you'll be around the 8 to 10 second range. But that's what it looks like being Pam. Hoping, looking at the thing and then how you set it, it'll probably be there Monday being Pam. Let's see without the plastic cover, Gus. Okay, take it back out. I was trying to, and it kept getting stuck. I'm badass. That is what it looks like. You can peel this off and you can leave it on. It will not affect it one bit. You will take the safety plastic off. You can plug it in, but it won't get power through unless you take this off. That's what it looks like. These are IP66, which means they're handle a little water on them. Don't go bathing with it. Not good. Electric kills, but like I said, they got the bracket mount thing. You can literally go like this. The exposure time is extremely fast, especially with the 100 watts. I'm sure people have seen the other videos. I've made loads of videos on them. I use, yeah, like Gus just said. Yeah, I was trying to avoid saying his name, Gus, because I've been doing these before he has. And I've actually, like when I was on his thing, I sent him a thing about doing them. And even like him, he's using 50 watt on his thing. And these are 100 watts, so they're even brighter and they're even faster. But that's the way to go. It does not be in Pam. They don't make these with on-off switches. I'm trying to wire something up for you, and I'll send that out too. Them weren't the switches I ordered. Those switches, I don't know who sent them, but I'm trying to wire a little timer thing up for you, being Pam. But I wanted to send you the light so that you can actually start exposing. Because what you can do, being Pam, is like I told Juan, they got foot switches where you can actually plug the plug in there and step on the switch. You can also use a little rotating switch. You can buy them switches. There's a bunch of little switches you could buy. Yeah, and like Gus, yeah, you can use a timer. Like my one I built in the shop out there, I use a timer. And it's wired up to it. I'm trying to do that for being Pam. I just want to get her a light. Normally that I go is my one out there is 20. A lot of people go, depending on your screen size, some people are big on 30 inches, but anywhere between 20 to 30 inches away from the screen and that's going to let the light hit the normal size screen. And that's usually too, like my other one goes from the center of the cob, which is the light source itself, not the lens, because there's distance there. But you can go from the top of the lens up. Yeah, 24, 26 works fine, Gus. The further away it is, it's going to let the light spread out more. But the difference is, even at like 20 inches, at 100 watt light, it's going to be bright enough to expose it. Even at 36 inches, it will. The further away you get, the more it's going to block it. And then the more light, like glass you use, is going to block it. Like, so if you're not using like Starlight glass, which Starlight glass is expensive, lead-free glass is what that is. You don't have to use that. Just buy glass, it's more clear. Yeah, it goes like 13 seconds to, like I said, mine, I'm at BPR and Ulana Orange, I am 6 and 8 seconds. Everyone will vary. That one is the ones I built. It's the same cop system. Them are ones I just made, and I had them stuff back in the day. I've done these with these also. I did testing. It's in the videos. I gave some of these style away way back before even Cam was using them things. But yeah, even like the 50 watt works fine. You can ask Juan. I was even going to do an 80 watt for BM Pam, and Juan ended up going with these also for something else he's working with. Because the reason I like the 100 watt, it's just like, for instance, like where BM Pam said, I got glass from Home Depot, but it's thin. What I would suggest, BM Pam, is take your screen, and this is a quick, simple, dirty way to do it. So let's say this is, you need to put a piece of foam underneath it. You don't even have to do that if you didn't want to, but take your foam, set your screen on top, put your glass on top of that, and literally, or we'll tape your train or your exposed thing here, put your glass on top, and literally just hold it above it, turn it on, turn it off, and you're for that amount of time, and you're exposed and you're good to go. That's a quick, simple, cheap, easy, dirty way to do it really, really quick. The difference too on the glass, you can use that glass and it's perfectly fine. Just be careful, you don't want a glass to cut you. That's not shatterproof glass, or it's not tempered glass. So if it cuts, it can cut your hand open. So be careful with that, please. Not all glasses, anyways, but the difference too, on other glass, it doesn't like as much UV light through. So that is why I went with the 100-watt also. 100-watt will penetrate through a lot of the glass and burn just as well. So you don't have to worry about, you can use that Home Depot glass. It will be perfectly fine, being Pam. Sorry about, I'm just going to call you Pam. But it will penetrate a lot better, Pam, that way. That's why I went 100-watt. Like Gus said, he's using, and then Ends is using 23 by 31. If you're using like number like the auto style screens, if you're using them, that little bit further away is a little bit better, but you can still get it up to 20. Like I said, even 36 is fine. It's just you got to be a little bit further away. But that's why I went with the higher wattage on these things, because the higher wattage, it's more forgiving on it. Like if you go with the 40-watt and you try putting it, let's say 3 feet away, which is 36 inches, it's going to expose. You're going to have to go longer on the exposure time. When you go with the higher wattage, you don't have to go as long on the exposure time, so it can be a little bit more forgiving. At least I think that's why I like it that way. About the forgiving part, it's not bad. Even like going with, let's say, a 40-watt one, and let's say you even had to wait a minute, it will still do that. The difference is, well, you can say time is money, so the quicker you can get a screen burnt. But I've always felt better with the higher wattage on them. 50 does perfect. 50 was one of the first ones I ever did mine with. And like Gus said, they work like a charm. And like Juan went with the 100 watts for the stuff. It's just the thing with the higher wattage, it cures things quicker. Yeah, Raleigh, I'm still on. I was hopping off, and I wanted to show B and Pam that. And like Gus said, to get unfiltered glass is better. If you don't get it, a lot of them will block the UV, and there's little particulates in it and all that. So, yeah. On that, being Pam, so she says, so this is like 5 seconds. Depending what emulsion you use, being Pam, like, so if you go with like VPR or Ulano Orange, you can use the calculator if you don't have one, so you can print some off online. I wouldn't buy one. It's just me, but you can print one off online for free. I don't have a download link where I can think, but man, they're online. You can get them. You can either do the calculator method and actually see what the best range is, or you can also start, let's say, burn half the screen with 5 seconds, the other one with maybe 7, and the other one with 10, and see how your results go. And like there's another perfect example. Gus just said 50 watts, 10 to 13 seconds using Chromaline, which it's the green one, from Chromaline. Yeah, it's the green one. I've used that. It works good also. I normally go with the I'm VPR for life, me and Rye are, but no, that the Chromaline works good also. So on something like that, being Pam, like I said, and it's made for the LED range and all that, you can try that, and then you can do that 10 to 13 seconds. It'll probably be a little bit lower. Yeah, like Gus just said again too, yellow mesh needs less time, and part of that is too is the light doesn't bounce around, doesn't reflect as much, it absorbs light differently. Some of it will be trial and error, being Pam, though, and like I said, Yeah, and there, and just said too, a lot of like humidity resistance, and made for LED. It will be a slight trial and error because, like, I will say this: if I went, let's say that 13 seconds with the VPR with my 100 watt, it's gonna be hard to wash it out. Could it be washed out? Yeah. I use a pressure washer on mine. Not everyone does. So if I was doing the squirt bottle method or the water hose, I would be there a while to get that out of the with the VPR at the 100 watt. Um, so trial and error it to see. But now here's the thing: you can lift it higher and further away. Being Pam, it is a learning curve with that. Is what the best way I can say. You can use the calculators and the timer. That's the best way once you get it dialed in. Ever since I've had mine dialed in, I haven't used a calculator since, and I've been using the LEDs for a few years now. So I mean, and even when I switch to new emulsion, I just go at it, and then if it seems to be too slimy or not hardened all the way or exposed all the way, I just on the next one I do a little bit longer. If it seems to be too hard, I cut it back a few seconds or half a second. It's kind of once you find your emulsion, usually a lot of people on here too, once they find emulsion they like and it does what they're needing, most people stick with it. I've tried everything. I've got my to-go-to stuff, but I will say this: anytime a new product comes out, I have nothing against trying it because sometimes new products can be better. Um, but I still like literally, if I went and showed you the tubs, I've got VPR and Ulana Orange sitting on the shelf because I know them in and out. I know what they're going to do. I know if something's even on the Ulana Orange. I know if the shelf life's been too long. I know everything about it where I've used it so much that I don't have to worry about exposing them frames. I can have anyone at the shop expose them, and I literally say, "Hey, hit this time," and they're good to go. The other stuff can be a little bit not it's tricky, but it's one you can learn any of them, get them down pat. Big thing is finding one that you like and that works. The other thing too, and this is personal preference. Like Ulana Orange is an orange color thing. So when you're setting up your screens, and like Chroma Lime is the green one. They got Chroma Lime Blue. Personally, blue is my favorite color. When you set up a blue screen on a Platin to try to register your screens, and there we go again. Gus just hit on that. He's jumping ahead of me before I can even answer. Certain colors, like the VPR, for instance, is fairly translucent, but a purple color is a little bit harder to see through to register than the oranges. The red that like Sadie and all the other people use, red's really hard to register on Platins. And it's I mean you can register, you can see through it, but um some people like having lighter colors when you're looking through your screens and all that to get everything lined up and registered. And that comes down to personal choices and personal preferences. Once you've done it enough, you can get used to it. But it's one of the things too. Some people are like, "Hey," and the other thing too, different emulsions. You run into some are made for water basting, some are not. So if it's not made for water based, that screen's going to deteriorate. Like Ulana Orange is not made for water based. That thing is going to get dissolved really quick. If I run a lot of water stuff in there. Um, Let me think. And yeah, that's the one. But you can put hardeners on that stuff too to prevent that. And like En said too, the green's easier to see through than some of the other colors, and he's right on that. The blue, like Chromaline makes they were big on the Chromaline blue. It's good emulsion. The Chromaline, which I don't have the bottle here, it's at the shop. It's got a lime on it. It's green. It's not bad emulsion. It's really good. It's a little bit higher than a VPR. The price on emulsion is so small, guys. It's one of them things that use what you like. Even if it's $1 or two more, even $5, you're gonna get a distance on it. Shelf life, Pam. It varies depending. Like some, if it's the ISO where you got to mix it in there, you have different you have different shelf lives with it. So when on that stuff, it's going to change the shelf life and it doesn't start till you mix the emulsion up. And then there we go. I was going to say I knew Juan was going to chime in with that because If you put Ulana orange under the sun for about an hour, you can use it with water. Because what it does, it hardens it super hard. There is Ryan that sells a chemical. There's a chemical that you can put on it too that will harden your emulsion and kind of coat it to make it waterproof also. And like I said, you can do that. It will work fine. The thing I will say, and Juan will tell you the same on that too. Let's say you're doing 1,000 run shirts. When you get near the end, you might start having the screen break down if you're using water-based ink. Now, if you're using even discharges over time, like discharge can break screens down quick too. But if, like, for instance, that international paper one that we print, that screen I've had for a long time. I keep making, all I do is keep reburning it when the other one gets bad. But I mean, I've had some of them screens where we've used them 3 years in a row where we just use that small logo. And so over time, it's going to break down. So like, even like the ones that are made for water-based, the downside, they're harder to clean up, to remove the emulsion, all that after. So, or if you like post harden, like Juan was saying, when you do it that way, it can be tricky to remove it too. But that's the thing too, is try to find what works for you. And if you're going to keep screens around, and let's say you're going to run water-based, understand you might have to reburn it later. You're going to lose screen tension too. On like, that's one of the things on some of mine that I have. I've lost tension before the emulsion broke down where we keep them that long. And then it says what Juan said. I did that with lime, easier to reclaim. Yeah, like I said, reclaiming thing too. Like if you use the Gen Z, I think that's how you pronounce it. Juan will post it because he uses it. That's one of the things where I learned from Juan. I've used it back in the day and couldn't find it and couldn't remember the name. Juan did a video on it, and that stuff works great, man. You dilute it. It's the cheapest stuff to clean your screens and break them down. The emulsion, and it's super cheap. Works great. Being Pam, the small container of pink emulsion from Nevertheless, I bought last August. Check and see about what they say, because emulsion that long last August is. Are you talking right before Christmas? Or are you talking last year? If it's more than a year old, be cautious. Gemzine, that stuff is great. That Juan posted. That stuff is the way to go. And in the sun too, Juan's like right on the spot there. But yeah, like what I would probably do, being Pam, is I would probably just buy some new emulsion. Because I don't know what kind that one is, if it's a 2-part or a single part, but buy the Chromaline. Chromaline works good. Buy BPR, buy Ulana Orange. They're great emulsions. They're very forgiving. I would stick with one of them as a good starter emulsion, and they do work on other stuff. Like for instance, Matt uses Ulana Orange on the one, and then he uses the other one when he's doing like the water-based and all that. They make good products, and they make stuff that works great. And like Juan said, like the Gemsy, the removal emulsion, guys, that stuff is hands down the best stuff and best price too than any other thing out there. It's maybe even be diluted. You can't go wrong with that. Juan sent me the Chromaline orange, or the Chromaline blue. That's the blue. That is a the different one. You can use that also. I don't know the exposure time on that. That's the thing too. When people do ask me about exposure times, every unit will be slightly different. Even like if I build another one with this one I got here, we will probably have maybe a second difference between how, even because it comes down to even the distance, the glass, humidity, and all. There's so many small factors that I can give you a range, but you've got to tweak them ranges in. Everyone's will be slightly different. Like Gus said earlier, like he was like 10 to 13 seconds. And that's the thing, is depending on even like if you do 2 coats, 2 coats per side, 1 coat per side, the mesh count, everything varies on that, on the exposing the frame, sorry. And so all the little things play into the factors. And a lot of that is, I mean, people make videos, and great videos Good night, Matt. Yeah, I'm getting ready to hop off too, Matt. I've been getting ready to earlier, and then people keep asking questions, so I try to answer every question I can. But the exposure will vary person to person and machine to machine. And it's a lot of, like I said, you can get a good frame, and then you'll find to get that perfect frame, you might have to tweak just a little bit here and there. I will do a quick video tomorrow, and I'll try to post it later this week because I have another video coming out tomorrow, I think. Or I might do I'll do a video being Pam, and I'll show you a quick dirty method how to expose this one and how to get it to come out good enough where you can actually clean that screen and do that. It is not the best method. It is a way though that someone can make a screen really quick, and it's not taking it outside. The outside method works too, but this is a way just to get it done, and so you kind of see what I'm saying too, how to expose it and do a quick test. And like I said, the way that I'll do it, I might get a little undercut from the light, but it will expose. If you're doing like something like this, you're not going to have to matter much. If you're doing half tones, yeah, you're going to see a big difference. You want, the more detail you go on an image, the more precise you want to be. Half tones and all that are going to vary. Going the other method isn't going to matter much. So it comes down to one of them things. Depending what you're burning, what you're exposing. Like a perfect example, and Mom will tell you too, that thin line that he's got around his image. Thin lines can be tricky to keep and hold tight on a screen to burn through. And so the smaller the detail, the more tricky it can be. Like Ann said, you can do the step wedge test. You can get them online. They work great. And that is, like, if you're starting out new and never done it, that's probably the way to go. And I would only print one free on the cheapskate, I guess. Back in the day, I bought the ones, but I look for the free ones now. And they will get you on, like when I first started, like I said, the time frame I was using a different bulb works way different. Where do you get your tape? Which tape? This tape? We have a local supplier that actually makes it, Gus. So I thought of selling it. They don't ship it. But we've got a few tape manufacturers around me, and this stuff works great. I mean, I think I've sent it to some people. I can't remember if I sent you some, Gus. I think I did. But yeah, it's good tape. You can actually leave it on the screens a while. It's 100% rubber on the back. It's a rubber. It's not synthetic, so it peels off fine, washes off the screen, doesn't cause any issues, and it's way cheaper than PMI tape. I like it, and can't really go wrong with it. Downside is just getting it. Like, always order it from them because they run it, but I'm definitely not a big. I'm not their number one order person, I guess you'd say. What I buy from them is nothing. Like, I don't even probably pay for two of the people there for little tape that I buy. But yeah, it works great. I'll try to get more and put it on the site. Like I said, I like the tape and it's cheap. Like I said, for the price, it's hard to beat. There is better tape. I'm not gonna lie. PMI makes amazing tape. So it's pretty pricey. Like for instance, like I said, I tape inside outside of screens. Way overkill. You don't need to do that. Tape one side, usually inside. Keep the ink off the metal screens. But I'm just weird about stuff like that. The reason I've always taped both sides is if I cut it short a little bit and I'm using water-based, water will leak through anywhere it can find a spot. And so it's a thing like that. There are, like I said, you can use emulsion to coat it. You can have the barrier put around it. Yeah, and the bronze 369. I used to use that back in the day. The problem is they don't sell direct, and if you buy online, it costs a crazy amount. And at the end of the day, this stuff works just as good, if not better. But the 369 is just like, and they've got it on Amazon, and I used to put the link, but it's gone up so much. I feel bad putting that price on there for people because It's not cheap, and like you can find places that will sell it. But like you just said, two ends or N just said, Gus, you gotta buy it by the case, which isn't a problem, but not everyone wants a case of tape. And like I said, if you buy it from Amazon, it's not the way to go. Amazon's overpriced on it. So that's why I like buying. Like I said, it's just I just happen to know people in this area, so it worked good. But even like this stuff's fairly cheap. It's just like I said, all around. Like I said, I've got other suppliers that send me tape that I still have boxes of their tape too. That is really close to that also. And they do sell it. I think some of them are going to list on Amazon, but it's one of the things that's it's kind of like we're saying the emulsion. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, I try other ones, but I'm so used to getting it from these guys that I stick with this stuff. I bought their 2 inch or 2.5 inch. I just love the 3 inch stuff because you can do the fold on the screen, the stuff like literally. I mean, you can use the tape dispensers like everyone uses. I don't. I just literally, and then literally you just fold it, to put it in the corner, goes on, works great. Bad for your teeth, don't chew on tape. But yeah, it's Greg, on the sapphire glass. The one I've got lead-free glass. It is another glass similar to sapphire. Local glass company. If you go there, you tell them what you need. You need the UV light to go through, and you need it clear as you can be. They can get you another similar one to sapphire. I do have one unit that is sapphire glass. Sapphire glass works great too. It is super expensive. A full exposure unit screen for sapphire glass, you're looking almost $99, 90 or $90 for a big where you can put like the one I've got in the other room. It's not cheap. Um, One time investment though, if you build a really nice exposure unit, that's not bad considering what you were going to pay for like a Ryonet or an Anatol exposure unit LED. So even if you've got, let's say, 500 in the whole thing with the light, these lights are the 2 packs, I think 90, somewhere around there. One will give you that price. You just bought them two. When you buy them single, they're 60 or 80. But if you had, let's say, less than 500 and you can do a vacuum fixture and all that, build your own vacuum fixture. You can build a whole setup that competes with the top of the line ones for less than $500. You can do it even cheaper on the major scheme. It just depends on like the glass is going to be one of your probably biggest investments. The next biggest investment is going to be your vacuum fixture, and then your third will be your light. And in general, the rest is simple. It's just your time. Yeah, and that's like you just said, Gus. It's no more than 100. Like if you shop around and depending what you make your frame, you can do a top of the line unit for like you just said 130. Me being generous, I tell people if you went to a welding shop and help them weld you a metal frame up, you can build a whole unit for less than $500 that will compete with the best of the best out there. You can do the sheet metal around it too. I mean, there's ways to do it. You do it out of wood, you can do them even cheaper. I mean, the wood works great too. You don't need the super fancy stuff. That one that you see me do the other videos on, that was a vacuum fixture, very nice one. But it had just your fluorescent tubes, and it literally I took the whole bottom out and just kept it at the top because of glass in the vacuum fixture, and put wood legs and everything else on that thing, and it works perfectly fine. Yeah, like that's about a sink cabinet frame for $20. If you look around, you can buy the stuff and make it cheaper than, and the quality that you can make will compete just as good, if not better, than these high end ones. Like if it was something like me to say, hey, you can make a screen print. Can you make a screen press as compete with the high end ones? No. You could, but the money, the time, the engineering behind it, it's not that competitive. But on like an exposure unit, hands down, you can make a unit better and cheaper than the ones out there. Like I said, the timers are cheap. I've got more timers coming in, but depending what kind of, like, the biggest thing is you spending your time to wire some of it up, and learning how it's got to work. You can buy a timer that you plug just to plug into, so that you just piggyback this and it's ran that way. You can do like I did out there, and I have no plugs. It's all soldered and bolted together that way through the right connections and all. And it's just got one plug into the wall. It's totally up to you. It depends on how much time and effort and engineering you want to put into it. I mean, you can make your vacuum fixture stay on after your light for so long. You can just, if you got a good enough vacuum fixture, you can have it where you vacuum it and it holds the vacuum so you break the seal. There's a lot you can do. Yeah, Pam, you can do that. I planned on actually sending you the rest of the stuff too, Pam. I'm gonna try to get a video and measure it. That's one of the other reasons why I want to keep, or why I bought two lights, just so I can do a full video, so that you would have one right now so you can start screen printing, and then I can send you the other one once I get it built. It won't have a vacuum fixture on it, but it'll have everything else, Pam. And I was just going to do that just to show people too, because the other video, it's a few years old and people don't find it apparently as easy, because it's very deep in all the other videos. So I'm going to do kind of an updated version of it and show people pretty much everything. The glass is the only thing, because glass is too hard to ship. Especially that far, they would break it. So literally, just when I get the other one done, just go to any glass place, Home Depot, anywhere, and just get a piece of glass to set inside of it. But other than that, you will be good to go. And like I said, I'm going to try to get most of that done this week, Pam. I'm waiting for some other switches to come in. And that's one of the things, like, I've got links to some on my site, and there's switches now too where I'm going to post different ones, because there's switches that work just as good that are cheaper. Like I've got like that one, it's got 4 programmable modes on it. No one needs, it's nice you have it that way. No one really needs them. Like for instance, Anatol's got the touchscreen LCD or LED or LCD. They're really cool and really nice, but at the end of the day, all you need is the time, push, go, and you're done. Hey, what's up, Leonardo? So that's the thing where I kind of tell people, some of it's overkill. You don't really need all the extra stuff. I can't write the code to make the touchscreen. I don't do that. People do it though. And like I said, the nice thing about them, you can add a lot more stuff. And like I said, but in general, all you need is a timer. So like literally the one that, when it's all said and done, kind of the one I have, you'll set your time, you'll hit start, and it's good to go. That time will stay in there. It pretty much has a little memory thing, so it's going to keep that time in there. The only difference is you'll have to readjust it later. Yeah, Ink Buildup did one. Like I said, I've got videos too on timers, Gus. Some of my older videos. I'm just going to go with a different timer than the one I did, because the one I did is overkill for what most people will need. I mean, it's nice you can have the 2 different ones. The other thing too, like the one I have works great. It does milliseconds. And so when you got a lamp that's exposing that quick, instead of doing, let's say, 8 seconds, you can do 8 1/4 seconds, so you can do, or 8 1/10. You can get in them smaller numbers, which no one would ever really know the difference. But you can do the fractions of seconds where other timers you can't do that. Do you need to do that? Not really, but that one I got, it was overkill. I just wanted it, and it works for other stuff I do. And then it's got modes where I can save the other settings. So a different screen, let's say I'm using, like I've got that 1 to 2 seconds difference between Lotto Orange and VPR. I can have it set for that one to do the time difference. It's nice, but honestly, it's easier just to push the timer down for 2 clicks and be done. But like I said, there's ones that are half the price of the ones that I've got right now. So I don't. There's no need to buy that one when there's cheaper ones out there that work just as good. That's kind of what I'm saying. Hey, good to have you, Denise. I'm hopping off too, Denise. So thank you for hanging on so long, Denise, and thank you so much. I appreciate everyone. Hey, Martin, we're getting ready to hop off, Martin. Thank you so much, Denise. It means so much to hear that. Um, but yeah, like I said, there's a lot of different ways you can do them, and even on the timer, there's a lot of cheaper ones. You don't need to buy the high end ones. There's pluses to them, but most people will never use them to the full potential. It's kind of like, here's a perfect example. Let me just screenshot or take a photo real quick. This is my computer right here. The tower that I built, the computer. I don't know if you can see this. It's hard to see, and the photo looks horrible right now. But on my heatsink block, it's got an LCD screen, and I can program it. I can put GIFs or anything I want on it. Right now, I've got it set where it reads my CPU and my GPU temperatures, and it monitors live feed and all that stuff. You do not need a monitor on your you don't need a monitor on your heatsink block on a PC. It is overkill and overpriced. But yeah, that's the NZT water cooler, Gus, or NZXT. Yeah, it's like I said. I mean, it's nice. Don't get me wrong. I mean, and it makes for kind of cool things like where you can put the live video. But um, a normal water cooler would have been fine. There's a lot of stuff on that computer that I went way overkill on. Like, I mean, I've got the 6800 XT Tai Chi board, or my graphics card, which I overpaid my other cards that. I've got the 5950 instead of the 5900. It's stuff that, yeah, like you said, I mean, it's for when people like, the nice thing, the AMD is only used for one crypto coin, but they're still ran them through the roof on prices. Like that board, it's the overclock one. The MSRP on it is like right around 8. It's about 100 more than the normal 68 XTs. I paid 11 or 1200 for it. Way over expensive. I don't game at all. I just use it to do the videos stuff. Even my power supply, it's got a 1,000-watt power supply. I've got 64 gigs of RAM. What else I got in there? I'm running the M.2s. I'm running 2 gigs of M.2s. Or not 2 gigs. I'm running, it's overkill for what I've got, everything. And I really don't need all that for what I normally do. But it was one of the things that if you want it, you can do it. You don't really need the extra stuff. Yeah, guys, I went crazy on it. I don't need the 64, but I'm running all 4 channels. And so it's way overkill on it. Like I said, it's everything on there. I mean, I could have done away with half the stuff and still been productive with it. Yeah, it's 3600 DDR4 on the RAM. I just pulled my other specs. Yeah, it's a bunch of ways. Does it have a flux capacitor? Might as well. I mean, as much as it costs to build that thing. It looks like it too with all the lighting. I mean, which I hate LEDs, but it's got LED fans all in it. Like I said, I mean, it's an interesting build, but hands down, I probably wouldn't do it again. I've got too much money in that thing. It's trying to think. Oh yeah, and the keyboard I bought um, the Avalanche, whatever. It was like 300 of that. That keyboard's not even here yet. The other one that I ordered for it. It's just pointless overkill. It's got LEDs on the keyboard, so you can program the pre-program button. But it was like almost $300. That and the mouse I ended up spending $400 for. Um, I don't game. I don't need it, but it's got cherry brown key or micro switches in it, and yeah, that flux capacitor. I wish I could go back, and the money I wasted on some of this stuff is crazy. But like I said, it goes back to the thing is like any other heat sink. I could have went with their non fancy heat sink, and it would have worked just as good as this one. I mean, I've got a temp thing on the board itself, anyways. But it's one of the things that when I was buying it, I was just like, hey, it's cool, and I bought it, wasted it. People waste money on different things, and so it was one of my wasted money things. I know, Greg. If it could, I wish it. I mean, I wish it could do that. I think it would cost more than what I paid to build it, though. That was a great comment, Greg. Yeah, it's one of the things too. It's just pointless on some things, but like I said, it's it was fun to do and made videos on it. Never aired them all, and then I don't overclock, but it's got stuff for that. But like I said, it comes back to that timer. You don't need to buy the fancy one. The basic one does great. Um, and unless you want the other bells and whistles, there's no need to spend the money. But um, even like these LED units, the exposure 50 works great. Like Gus has got one with that. Um, and like I said, will 50 expose the screen? Yes. Will 100 expose it? Yes. And is there a reason to go with the 100? Not really, but it's just I know it works. It works quicker. Um, and that's why I went with them. And that's kind of like some of the other things. You don't need to go with the other stuff, but some people do. And like I said, you can still get it done in insane speeds with the 50 watt as you can 100 watt. It's way greater than any other stuff that were out 5 years ago. The AMD blew up in the last few. AMDs went crazy on a lot of their stuff. Graphics card. The only reason I went with the AMD over going with the competitor is the touch keyboard. I wanted to match my main board, and they link better with the thing. And but for the video editing stuff I do and all that, honestly, I would have been better to go with the Intel instead of the AMD on it. But it works. No complaints. I mean, it's overkill for what I need, but it's nice. Like I said, it does the job. So I'm running 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Running 10 fans on this thing too, which is just pointless. But like I said, it's got a nice look. I'll pan it over real quick and before I so you guys can kind of see it. All the junk that's in it. Like I said, it's a lot of wasteful stuff that you do not need. But it was great having everyone on again tonight, guys. I look forward to doing another one next week. Like I said, if you're not already subscribed, please like, subscribe, and follow. Hit the thumbs up. We do hit the 2,000 by the next month. Like I said, I'll give a plotter out. Mom's gonna pay for it. No, we'll give a plotter out if we hit that number though. Thank you guys so much again for all your support and all the stuff. Pam, look out for that. It should be there Monday, and I'll get the other stuff. Try to knock it out next week. Thank you guys for everything. Juan is still there. Thank you for staying up, Juan. Thank you guys for everything. Hit these other people up. And guys, watch this coming week for that challenge of Rye challenging Juan on the manual thing. He's going to do it this week. It's going to be interesting. Follow into that one, guys. And subscribe to Rye if you're not already subscribed. Rye's a great guy. Thank you guys so much. Waldo2413. Tuesday. Okay. Thank you guys so much. And I'm out.